Ekaabo. So, thank you very much for coming. I usually tell people that Ekaabo is not just an event, it is a movement. It is a movement for us to be able to create the impossible. Because these things are possible. You know, I have my background in transport planning management, and that was the first time I would have access to what we call tourism. And it got to me, because when they first gave me that course, I didn't like it. I'm like, will I be doing Dubai, what is transport? So I wasn't really enjoying it. But one lecturer walked in and they wrote transport and tourism. I was like, wow, what's that? And that was how the journey started. And a few months down the line, I traveled to Ghana. And we went on this boat cruise. It was amazing. I'm like, I love this course. And that was how my passion, started. Because I wanted to create experiences for people. There were things I used to imagine, but they began, one way or the other, I found myself in it. And when we started, this whole thing, we felt there's more. Or let me say, I felt at that time that there's more. And I interacted with different travel agents. I was sharing the idea, the concept of what I wanted to do. But I saw that in a way we're limited. We're limited because we're focusing more on ticketing, vacation. I knew there was more to that. And that was what led me to travel out. So I went to India. And I have my MBA in tourism and hospitality management. And when I got there, I found out that there's so much, endless opportunities that we are not exploring in Nigeria. I studied, I read, because the library too is filled up with books. You are entitled to like 2 library cards. I'll collect the library cards of like 4 of my friends because I just wanted to digest everything. And the librarian had to call me that all my life I've never seen somebody, a student, that would want to read so much. But he didn't understand that I was yearning for something. Because I found what I wanted. And I wasn't willing to let it go. Because I know if I come back here, I won't have access to those resources. And that's the simple truth. He said, I will give you 2 extra library cards. Just remember to return 4 when you want to graduate. So it was an interesting journey in India. We did quite a lot of things. And my coming back to Nigeria, I said, we are going to do this thing. And we started doing a lot of things, partnering with government, using our own fund that we don't even have. We all know how Nigeria is, but it's a dream that cannot be killed. It's a dream that we all need to be able to collaborate for us to be able to move faster. One person can't do it. Even one organization can't do it. We need to be able to bring all the other organizations together. And that is when we can make the movement. You will see that when you are coming through the walkway, you see different types of tourism. That's just a little bit of what tourism is all about. It's so broad. And we need to begin to explore it. We need to begin to see the things that can be done in this industry. So now we have new partners. And of course, next year is going to be more loaded because we now have more partners that we're coming on board together to do it. And this time there's no break. We would continue the work, we'll continue the job until when we get to the next Ekaabo, we would have made all the impact that is possible for us to make. So welcome on this journey. You're all welcome on this journey. And we're looking forward to 2025, the impactful projects that we can all do together. And I usually tell people, we can't wait for the government. We truly can't wait. Because if we are waiting, if you are If you hold any political position, it's for 4 years. If you're lucky, you come back the second term, and that's 8 years. So we really can't leave our own future in the hands of somebody that will just be there for 4 to 8 years. We are here, they will meet us here. They will leave us here. So we need to begin to take, bold steps and begin to do. And people will begin to join us on the way. So once again, thank you very much. And let's have a nice time. Explore, talk to people. Because yesterday was amazing. We had lots of discussions and a whole lot of collaborations, started yesterday. So when you want to talk, express yourself. We're not here to sugarcoat things. We want to see results. And that's the only reason why we're here. We have lined up panelists that are loaded, even moderators. Let's take advantage of it. And when you're starting a movement, it's not really about the crowd. It's about people that will do something. And that is what we are able to achieve yesterday. And we're looking forward to what will happen today. Just take advantage of it. Thank you very much. My name is Toyin Odugbeson. Ekaabo.
All right, thank you. Let me have my mic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for standing by. We really appreciate your presence here. So I would like to appreciate the following people. This appreciation goes to the curator of National Museum of Unity, Mrs. Pamela Oriyomi Otuka. Please, a round of applause for her. Yeah, she took us around yesterday, and we had fun. The second person to be appreciated is the former chairman of Oyo State Tourism Board, Elder Adebowale Adejumobi. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks for being around as well. We'd also like to appreciate the former CMD of UCH, that's Professor Alongete Mitokwe. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And at this point in time, also like to appreciate the presence of Lagbaja as one of the entertainers in the city. Thank you so much for coming. Yes. Don't look at her like that. She's like that because of where we are now. We know her. When she holds the mic, you get to see, you begin to ask, is he a man or a woman? Thank you. God bless you. We are proud of you. Thank you. At this point in time, I would also like to appreciate the presence of these two people. Well, I like to say there's no one that is black and no one that is white. We are all different shades of melanin. So when you tell me white man, I don't believe there's a white man. He's also melanin. The shade is just different. These people are around. They were around yesterday. They've been around in Ibadan for a very long time. When I see them, I remember them Mario. You understand? So they are more or less Yoruba people, either you like it or not. So I'd like to appreciate the presence of Mr. Sean Alakija. Thank you so much. Please wave. Let people know you are the one there. Because that Alakija, they no go believe saying your name. That's his name. And he's here with his partner, Martin Holtz. Thank you so much. He's a fashionista. Yesterday when he came, he bonded his hair. Today, he came with another face. Thank you so much. They are the owners of the Anasa collections. That's at Jericho Mall. It used to be in Aniem before, but now in Jericho Mall, so you can go there. And it's belonging to the NASA workshop, I guess. So thank you so much. You want to wear something that is, let people see you. Let them see what you are wearing. Holtz, let them. Is it a part of your stuff? Yes. So you can get stuff like this in your gallery. Thank you so much. Please be seated. So at this point in time, we'd like to. Someone was part of the panelists last year, but as God will have it, he has moved to the other side of the world. So please, can we stand where we'll give this person a 1 minute silence? And the person is none other than Mr. Rotimi Ayeton. popularly known as Rotajito, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority. That was where he worked. Please, can we all rise? May the soul of the deceased continue to soar with that of the angels in Jesus' name. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, it's getting a little bit interesting right now. So at this point in time, we'll be moving to the first session. Right now, I guess I'm correct. So we are going on with the Ekaabo proper right now. And at this point, I would like to so for this particular panel, we will be discussing domestic tourism, opportunities, collaborations, and actionable steps. That is what we'll be having now. If your hands are not too busy, I'd like you to put them together for these two lovely people that will be moderating this particular session while I step off the sound so we can get to know where we are going, where we are, and what we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Taiwo and Kehinde Oduntoye, Twins Tourism. They are known for tourism, so yeah. So they will be talking about domestic tourism. Thank you for coming around, sir. Thank you. So I would like one of you to sit there. You will sit here. One more mic, please. And that is going to be. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ekaabo, Ekason. Yeah, we welcome you to this great event. Before I start, the MC, you said Taiwo Kehinde Oduntoye. We are not Oduntoye. We are Taiwo Kehinde Oguntoye.
Oguntoye. So sorry. I had Oduntoye written.
I saw it there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
My apologies.
Yeah, before I start, I want to greet every one of us for this great opportunity, because last year we are here in Ibadan, but not this venue. It was being held at International Conference Center. We give Almighty God the glory, because here we are at the National Museum of Unity, Ibadan. Please, a round of applause for National Museum Unity of Ibadan. Yeah, quickly, our topic for today, what we will be discussing, we'll be dwelling on, we'll be discussing domestic tourism, looking at the opportunities, the collaborations, and the actionable steps to take towards this laudable tourism sector. Before we start, my name is Ambassador Kehinde Oladele Oguntoye, and my younger brother is here too.
Yes, Yoruba man sọ wípé Akẹ́hìndé gbẹ̀gbọ́n. I will not dispute that, because what we are doing here is cultural and what we are doing here is touristic. So Akẹ́hìndé gbẹ̀gbọ́n abi. But scientifically, Prof is here.
I I like
use
it.
the word, because when you are talking about the first to come out, science, we are looking at time and the steps. So because we are going to be discussing strategies today, so scientifically, Ambassador Taiwo Oyedele Oguntoye, the Egbon to Kehinde that just spoke. So, so if you are going by culture, you give it to Kenny. If you are going by science, you give it to me. So Yoruba will now say Olowo Lagba.
Wow.
So whatever way, age is not the issue thing. Is what is in your pocket and what you can dish out. So don't let me bore you with that. Welcome to today's episode of Radio Tontimbomilara. So this is Ekaabo Travel Trade Show in Ibadan here, and we are going to be discussing domestic tourism. So please relax while I invite. Okay, let me introduce ourselves. We are the most famous twins in African tourism, the first twins to be celebrated by the world busiest airport, that's Ackfin Jackson International Airport, Atlanta, in 2016. We are the first twins in Africa to produce and present tourism show and on radio. And we are the first and only twins from Africa that the portrait is placed in China. If you go to Mujiang International Museum in Mujiang in China, you will pay to see our pictures. So for you seeing our pictures today, yeah, so you take it for free. So, so those are one of the things, and we are the initiators and organizer of the World Twins Festival, destination Igbora. We are the initiator of Twin Stories, blah, blah, blah. So don't let me bore you with so many things. So let me just do that to tell you that domestically, we have a product to showcase. So, and that's why I'm using this opportunity to invite the wonderful people that will be with us on this panel. And they have a wide range of experiences. And let me use this opportunity to call to the podium Dr. Olatokunbo Dagunduro, the second Deputy President, National Association of Nigeria Travel Agency, NANTA. That's number 2 travel agents in Nigeria.
Yeah. A round of applause for Dr. Tokunbo.
The more you clap, the faster you will get to the podium. Please clap for him.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've proved that I'm the Egbon now. So Aburo, introduce the next person.
Yeah, quickly, the next panelist on this section, I will be calling on Mr. Femi Macaulay from Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, NTDA. A round of applause for Mr. Macaulay. He's a gentleman walking majestically. That's Mr. Macaulay for you.
So because I've called the second Deputy President of NANTA, let me use this opportunity to also recognize the Secretary of NANTA Western Zone. He is the Secretary of about 8 states. So Mr. Temitope Ogun-Oshebiko. Thank you for coming. Sir.
Yeah. Let's go straight to the business. Mr. Macaulay and Dr. Olatokunbo Dagunduro. We are to discuss domestic tourism. The question first is, when we talk about domestic tourism, we will understand the basic definition that it has to do with traveling within one's country for relaxation or business purposes. How far are we in terms of domestic tourism in Nigeria as a whole and in Ibadan, or your state in particular? Dr. Dagunduro, you take the lead.
Well, I want to greet everybody once again, and I want to sincerely thank and congratulate the convener of this event. Thank you for doing this to the industry. We appreciate you, and we hope that you keep the fire burning, so that this time next year, we all sit here again to discuss and position or give submissions how we can better the industry. Well, back to your question. Domestic tourism, as we all know, is about promoting tourism within a particular locality. Let me say, I will call it local tourism in a layman's language. And for us to move people within Nigeria as a case study, or Ibadan, exploring tourist destinations or potentials. And like the question you asked, today, I'm sorry, for those who know me, I'm a ruthless, blunt person. And if we mean business here, we need to be objective. And including myself, we should take it on. We should be objective here. And we should take the bull by the horn, at least to improve. There is one thing I hate. We do a lot of talk. We don't walk the talk as a nation. And until we begin to walk our talk, that is when we position, we advance and improve as citizens, as a nation. Well, so far we say we are still foot dragging when it comes to domestic tourism. We are not yet there. We are not there at all. If anybody wants to prove me wrong, I will put Nigeria just beside Republic of Benin. I'm not taking the top-notch countries. And we analyze reasons, and now we can better it. We are foot dragging because there is a lot of distraction. If we take Ibadan as a case study, because from what you said, Ibadan is the focal point. As a case study, we have well over 250 tourist destinations. And not one.
Please, you need this mic.
Not one out of the tourist destination is a top burner that we can call a 5-star, talk less of a 7-star tourist destination. And that is to justify that we are not there. So for us as a people in Ibadan, for us as a state and as a nation, there is a lot to be done to improve our domestic tourism. And it's a simple analysis. For even the little tourist destinations, a lot of people, I'm part of this place, museum. A lot of people don't know the National Museum exists here. And some people have been, all their life, they have been residents in Ibadan. They grow up here, they don't know we have this endowment here. So and what are the problems? We analyze. But just to answer straight to your question, we are foot dragging and we need to be sincere with it if we truly want to move and get things done. So Ibadan or Nigeria as a whole. And another statement that we justify. Recently we have been clamoring for a ministry for culture and tourism. Fortunately, we had one recently. And less than 2 years, the government collapsed that ministry. And why? And that is why such ministry will not strive. And that is why our aviation is still foot dragging. Without aviation, without tourism, aviation will not survive. They are like couples, husband and wife. Without the destinations, who is flying? So if we truly want a national carrier, we need to put our tourism in place. First and foremost. We need to ensure it is stabilized. Then we can begin to at least build on it and ensure with that in place is the bedrock for aviation to strive. And that is why we have always told the government, even if you cannot give us a standalone, you can marry tourism and aviation to an extent. It is doable, it is possible. It has happened in other parts of the world. So for us as a nation, there is a lot to be done. But we'll take it one after the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tokunbo Dagunduro. You have explained quite a lot of things. Let me go to Mr. Femi Macaulay. He talked about having over 250 tourist attractions in Ibadan alone. We're not talking of Oyo State. Okay, you're talking Oyo State. Your state is over 450 now. Let's say, okay, let's just be moderate. Let's say, okay, let's say 250 plus tourist attraction. Mr. Macaulay, you have been in Ibadan for a while, and your agency works in all this stuff, and you might have seen probably 80% plus of those attractions. What are these challenges? Because like before COVID-19, most people never gave thought to domestic tourism. COVID-19 came and it kept all of us within the confine of our environment. Now, people are talking about domestic tourism. Over 250 million Nigerians. If we get 250 million Nigerians to travel within Nigeria, you know what that can be. So what are these challenges that these attractions are not giving us the opportunity and the potentials we ought to have derived from it? What are the challenges, sir?
Thank you. Ekason, Ekule, Ekaabo. I'm happy to be here. And I want to give kudos to the organizers of this event. They've done well. How I wish we could have something like this 4-6 times in a year. We will not be lagging behind in Oyo State. Most of the events on tourism happened in Lagos. My brother sitting here can testify to that. I don't know when we are going to have a travel market in Ibadan. We pray one day that will happen in Ibadan. It's every time Lagos, Lagos, Lagos. And Ibadan should be in the forefront of tourism in Nigeria. I want to say a big thank you to the curator of this museum, Mrs. Pamela Otuka. She has been doing so wonderfully in promoting culture and tourism since she came on board. Please, a round of applause for her. Imagine a woman doing 3, 4, 5 programs in a week. I doff my heart for her. Back to your question. That's a big question, no? But let me go straight to the point. The main challenges that we are facing is lack of awareness. If we have over 200 attractions in Oyo State, where are they? You and I, we don't know where they are. It's only the important one that we showcase. What about the others? If not for you guys, Twins Festival, you brought it into limelight. And so on and so forth. Where are the others? Lack of awareness. Who is promoting them? Nobody. We have them, but nobody is promoting them. I'm happy the Twins Festival will soon become a World Heritage. If not for the promotion. The other areas in Ibadan, what is happening to them? Lack of awareness, lack of promotions. So we don't have a good promoter who can promote our destinations. When we have a promoter who can promote our destination, who creates awareness, then people will come and visit. Like my brother said, the airlines will come, they will fly in people to see the place. There's a new destination in Oyo State today. In fact, I'm supposed to be there now. Ibrahim Chatavim Village. If that place has not seen the due promotion it's supposed to get, We just think it's just a film theater. But what is there is more than a film theater. I'm happy for you guys. The Twins Festival is moving, changing every year gradually. Which other festival are we doing in Ibadan again? The Egungun Festival is not what we can do, because it will be hijacked by the senior boys. I don't want to be there. Who want to risk his life? No promoter will promote such festival. Then the destinations, the Bowers Tower. Let me use that as an example. Who is promoting that place? It's just there. All our palaces in Ibadan, because Ibadan is a town of history, who is promoting them? The Irefi Palace is there. Who is promoting them? So please, lack of awareness and promotion is one of the main challenges we are facing in Ibadan and Oyo State in general. When Baba Kábíyèsí ikú Baba Yèyé, ọmọ kú tí kú ò gbọdọ̀ pa, ọmọ àrùn tárùn ò gbọdọ̀ ṣe, ọmọ òfò, ọmọ àdánù. When he was alive, he promoted Shango Festival. And I'm happy to tell you today, Shango Festival is now a World Heritage. Who is going to promote other destinations? If Baba has failed in doing that, Shango Festival will just be an ordinary festival. But today, it has become an international festival. I think I've answered your question.
Yes, you've tried. I don't know, maybe Dr. Tokumboya. Yes, he talked about.
Mr. Macaulay talked about awareness. When we talk about awareness, who should be in front of this promotion? I know NTDA should be part of your job as an agency. And
because it's not here on official,
you are not here on official. Let me now put it to Dr. Dokumbo Daguduro. Is it the government or individual or association who should be in the front?
Well, as far as I won't call it, let me rephrase. It's not awareness, marketing the tourism potentials of destination. And I can say everybody, like I do say sometimes, we all do tourism. Prof is here, is highly endowed, Professor Lunge. If you want to talk about medical tourism, he will beat us to it. So indirectly, there is legal tourism. There is sport tourism, religious, everything. So everybody should be involved in marketing tourism. The only thing is that the government, and I won't say because my brother is here,
that's the reason why
I'm coming.
We are here to tell the facts.
The government should create the enabling environment for stakeholders to ensure. Let the government formulate policies, because if we recollect vividly, there was a court injunction then that said NTDC, the then NTDC, now NTDA, should allow states. And quite unfortunate, I don't know if the Ministry of Tourism or your state is represented here. I know my one is the past chairman, tourism board. He did well as chairman because we had relationship. Now this is a serious issue for the industry. I wouldn't know. I don't know if the state government is represented here, so that the government can have a feedback. It starts from here. It shows how serious we are about that sector. Now, when that ruling was made, if I'm correct, states were asked to manage their tourism potentials and no more with NTDC then. Then states become the custodian of their tourism potentials. And one of the reasons, I know architects, there was one of our members who was willing to take over Bowers Tower fully. What has happened today? She spent huge amount of money. if government wants to be sincere about public-private partnership, there must be transparency in any MOU that must be signed. And that's why a lot of us are at least pulling back. And it will not help. Let the government formulate policies that will encourage, entice people to put our tourist destination in place. So marketing tourism is a collective responsibility. But I will be foolish to market a content that is zero. I will be very foolish. You want me to market? There was a time I had a crew of visitors from South Africa. And the only thing I could do was, well, what do I do? They were so keen, passionate, that I sold to them the Asian city. I told them about all the fairs. So what we did was just a city tour. And immediately we got to UCH. They had to come down. They said, wow. I told them this is the biggest teaching hospital in Africa. I said, we don't have it in entire South Africa. And they started taking pictures. What we don't value. They started taking pictures. But when we talk about marketing, promoting those things, are they in the right position? Baba start on Fagbombe. They wouldn't yagbembe. And I will take some tourists with added dollars paid. So the custodian of the tourist destination and number one corporate here, which is the state government. And I will justify my statement. How much in the last budget of your state is allocated to Ministry of Tourism? I challenged the commissioner at a forum. And you are too. I said, I'm only promoting your ministry, sir, so that you don't scrap it. If the government want to be sincere, PPP is ideal. It's lovely. It happens everywhere. Government itself must show its involvement. And that is why for us as stakeholders, I sell better. I will be in Gambia next week. I sell better some outbound because there is content to sell. There are places to sell. I sell South Africa better. Why not my own? After COVID, it opened our eyes. They need to do Africa for Africa. They need to do Nigeria for Nigeria. But the truth is, the enabling environment is not there. We have security challenges, which has been come to a minimal level. But if we truly want the marketing to strive, we need to build our content well. I want to market this thing, and it's in a very sorry state. I will not be bold to market such. It's one of the major problems we have. Marketing is not an issue. And that is why even the government on BCS alone, to touch grassroots, it is, I stand here to say it. And I want to challenge our media people. When we create reportorials, we should be truthful. And we should show we are patriotic. I feel sick most time when I see people say, the second suspended lake in the world. There is only one suspended lake in the entire world. And that is Ado Awaye. Why will our own journalists, our own? There was a day I challenged Olopade of Tribune one day. I saw it not in Tribune. I have to call him, do you know this guy? I saw in one national daily, I won't mention name, saying that UK embassy has raked in close to 2-point-something billion naira, courtesy of visa fees, in a Nigerian daily, extorting Nigerians. And even in those foreign countries, when you are refused, they pay a certain percentage of a visa fee back. And we are extorted in our own nation, and our national dailies are writing and praising such. What non-commonsensical diplomatic relations?
Yeah. Doctor, is getting tense.
No, I'm not tense. Okay, what I'm saying is, we need to, I've said here, if you want, or I drop, we need to be objective.
Yeah. Yes.
So that, what I'm saying, I'm also involved. We are all involved, everybody. One way or the other, we should do things the right way to position this sector. This sector alone, everybody here, we know how much we buy fuel now. But tourism is truly sustainable. If we get it right as a nation, as a country, we have over 1,000 lovely natural endowments. The Colorado Lake is artificial. Very, very artificial. And we have some people we write. And that was why I told somebody one day Mongo Park will discover a Niger and Co. There are settlers in that place before Mongo Park. Let us liberate ourselves from this mental slavery. that they have given to us.
Thank you.
So marketing tourism is the responsibility of everybody, because whether we like it or not, we all do tourism. But one thing, we need to create content to market the right way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Latokunbo Dagunduro. He has enlightened us and has spoke so much about marketing. And when we're talking about marketing, we see destinations that goes all this way to come and market their destination in Nigeria. As this morning, South African Tourism has an office in Nigeria, in Lagos. Yes, other destinations, Dubai used to have, they have their, no. So when we are talking about states having tourism board, having ministry, I don't really know their function. Maybe tourism board should just be to play around with people to go to. This is people that should market that destination. You know, like, tell people about what you have. And marketing does not mean you sit in your office. If South African tourism can leave their country to come to Nigeria to open an office in Lagos, big one, that is even controlling West Africa. So what is stopping our tourism board from going out to tell people about Nigeria, to bring people in? Because when we are talking of government does not have business in business. It's not the issue of tourism. Oh. I know how far South African tourism has taken me to all the provinces in South Africa. We go to South Africa almost once in every 3 months, and they will all expenses paid. The only thing you just pay maybe the money to transport yourself from Ibadan to airport. So we are talking about, and I will go there to showcase them and come around to tell. So, but who will pay my bill to tell my story? Because these people, they understand the importance of we talking about their destination. Now we have used Aduawaye to promote Colorado for years, and I think that should stop. Colorado, so many people don't know about Colorado. It is because of Aduawaye that people now get to know that there's another suspect, and that one is fetching millions of dollars. And this one is here. People just go there. Maybe the most expensive attraction in Oyo State is less than 5,000. To enter this museum is less than 2,000. And we are talking of this. Okay, now we were in Uganda about this time last year. The hotel the government gave us was $1,440 per night. The least experience we had was $850 per experience. So if we are talking about tourism, we are not talking about just coming here to waste our time. If destination is selling in Ibadan for less than 2,000 naira, because we are not developing this thing. So let us encourage ourselves to see that there's need for government participation, active participation, not only talk. So with that, we now go to how can we collaborate? Because we have been talking about the challenges, we have to provide solution. How best can we collaborate to make domestic tourism functional?
Mr. Macaulay, Mr.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that tourism is best driven by private enterprise. You see, government is just to create an enabling environment. I'm happy something came up in Ibadan by a private investor, and that is the Royal Elayele Entertainment Cruise, this thing at Elayele, Royal Boat Entertainment. This is what we've been waiting for. Not that government don't know what to do, but they don't see tourism as what can bring in profit within a few years. Because tourism is a long-term investment. It's not what you put in your money today and you start reaping your profit tomorrow. But government cannot wait for that. That is where we need the collaboration of private enterprise to come in. and start establishing destinations. Look at this place now. If we have about 4 or 5 of something like this in Ibadan, it will be a good thing for us. Look at our Agodi Gardens. What has it become now? We need private partnership. We need those who have the money to come on board and introduce businesses in tourism. Look at those who are building hotels now. Look at our ring road, the nightlife in Ibadan. It has changed. It's only that the security is not good enough for us. But if you drive through ring road in the night, you will not believe this is an Ibadan. That's not government, oh. That is private enterprise.
But government provided the
Enabling
lighting, the
you
night
see
lights,
the
good
lightning.
road. But we want them to do more,
We have
right?
epileptic power supply.
The street
All
light
those
is
things you
there,
are seeing are running on generators and solar power.
but it's working.
It's what
So-
because they want to make their profit.
No, it's working. Let us just do like we have seen some infrastructure. We're just looking at how can we enhance that to help us as a collaboration to get more, because like now events are happening in Ibadan. Almost every weekend we have weddings, burial, and people are coming into Ibadan. You can come into Ibadan by road, by air, by rail now. So how can we now collaborate to get this potential? Because like now businesses, tourism business, domestic, they are coming to Ibadan now. How can we now help? How can our collaboration
let
help
government
to
give
get that
us
benefit from it?
Land concession. They need land.
Okay. Wait, before that, Dr. Turumo Daguru, as a travel agent, a lot of people do believe that your association are more of outbound, taking people outside Nigeria. I want to put it to you now. Is it true that you make money more in taking people outside Nigeria?
That
And we are talking of domestic tourism.
Well, it's an
So
individual.
what's your association doing in terms of promoting domestic tourism?
It's an
Nanta.
individual opinion. I think what we need to do for collaboration to work, from the word collaboration, we need synergy. And the first kind of synergy we need, one is within the stakeholders. There is no cohesion within the stakeholders. We need to swallow that pride, this ego, and that is why today you have so many diverse associations. And that was what played out at the just concluded World Travel Market, the biggest travel trade exhibition in Excel, London. If for those who know, because it's not because I'm number 2 citizen of Nanta nationwide. Nanta had a standalone at the WTM. The federal government, ERPs, NATOP, which other, I think 2 other, had another stand showcasing Nigeria. And I had to put a call through to the EFTAN president. I said, what is the function of EFTAN? I couldn't get Oga Folani Kuka. What is the function of NTDA? If you are the one to position the marketing, how can Nigeria be divided in the global space? And that shows collaboration is not effective back home. How can we have that we cannot fuse and synergize? And even if worst case scenario, extend the stand. At the close of the WTM, Nigeria still stole the show at that event. Culture of our food tourism. A lot of foreigners were crazy for that Nigerian jollof rice. The music. They came to the Nigerian stand towards the close of the event. But sincerely, we need to collaborate. I can say today that there is a disconnect between the tourism writers, the tourism marketers, the tour operators, the travel agencies, the tour guides, and co. So there must be first that cohesion for us to have a stake. And that is why from one state to the other, I have been privy to this, the Tourism Act of most of the states allow one or two stakeholders to be part of the board, whether Bureau of Tourism or the Tourism Board, whatever name, or Tourism Authority, whatever name any state wants to call it. But because there is no collaboration, even within the major players, and that is why the government is not recognizing. And that is why most of this portfolio are being politicized. I won't blame any governor for doing that. So, but having said that, I have done a press release during the days of one of the former governors, and I was called to the office. He was long call. I said, Mini, who are you? But I thank God I leveraged on my father's name. And I said, I'm only being truthful about this state. How can we have crazy edifice lying alone? Obafemi Awolowo's house as Okeado is there. I became enraged when I visited Vilakazi Street in Soweto, South Africa. They did three things. One, they will market to you, that is the only street that housed two Nobel laureates, Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela Madiba. Two, on getting to Mandela's house, you will pay about 120 rands. As at, I think my last visit was 2018. I wouldn't know now. 120 rands, and you know what you are saying? This is the glasses Mandela uses. This was the cup he used during the sale in Cape Town, and this, and within 30 minutes you have done. 120 rands exhausted. And in a day, they opened that house twice in a day. You have a crazy traffic of almost 800 tourists on daily basis. And there was a time I was at the House of Parliament. I was, if not for Architect Adejumobi then, who facilitated that you need to hear from these people. You know what they said to me at the House of Assembly? When we play stupid party politics, they say, why are you promoting Awolowo? What of Adedibu? And I get it. Then, I was like, I'm not here to say APC, PD, HIV, or whatever you call your political. What we are saying here is sustainability of legacies for years. Collaboration first must come within the stakeholders. Two, it must come within the community. Our royal fathers, what is the role they are playing? Because whether we like it or not, these tourist sites or destinations are situated in one community or the other. What are they equally doing to synergize with the state, stakeholders, and even people in the community? Another thing, South Africa has a case study, and Kenya. In the curriculum, educational curriculum, I know in South Africa, every Wednesday is for tourism. The school will detail tourism to the students, and they will go on experience adventure, which is exposure. They have this, for those who have been to Ushaka Marine World, you see a lot of students. It is mandate, that school will be sealed up if you don't at least in 6 times within a term visit a tourist destination. And the government has so positioned that you do it through a stakeholder. So whether we like it or not, somehow, somewhere, everybody is involved. And the community is making crazy money. So even today, we don't have that in our curriculum. We don't have it. Because, if we have forgotten history, and I weep for our children, this country is sitting on a bump. Because whether we like it, history will bring part of tourism. I was telling somebody, I said, do you know in the next 150 years, if care is not taken, what has happened in the political terrain, even in the country, will be forgotten. What has happened in the Baba Adedibu era, Arishekola and all those, I said it will just 150 years. Nobody will be there to tell the story. Because the government has been so very ignoramus to eschew history. And they are mandating French. When my children brought French, I tore it in their face. I said, it's not your birthright. It's not your right. China hosted the Olympics. And all we could hear was that Chinese language. They told, if you want, take it away from here. We want to promote, and we are rubbishing our own language. And that is why I give it to likes of Nigerian Iroyin Yoruba. Let us promote. We are not bastards.
Thank you,
in our own terrain.
are not
So
bastards.
collaboration is the functionality of every one of us, including even the students. And the unfortunate thing is, we are not investing in the future of the students. I was at a forum 1 year, and I decided, because Tony Su told me, because my background being a banker, and it was a Bali Ekoteru then, Baba Yorinde, who spoke at that event, and he said, some of you are here about 18, 20 years back, and you call yourself stakeholders. You are on time. I was not the one he was even addressing. He was addressing an hotelier. And I decided that truly, if we want to make things happen, if you want, we should start from ourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Olatokunbo Dagunduro. Please, can we jam our hands
Round of
together?
applause for-
We have seen a lot of talks on challenges and solutions. A little bit has come out of it. That does not mean all our potentials are not there. We just want to take it to the next step, and that's what we are talking about, collaboration. Because of this collaboration, now we'll welcome about 1 or 2 questions. But before then, because Mr. Femi Macaulay needs to leave now, we would like Mr. Macaulay, we have a kind of a 1 minute roundup from you. While I look at people that are as audience, then we are looking at another potential in Ibadan, and that's our medical tourism. So we welcome one of our facilitators to join us on this podium. But let me give Mr. Macaulay 1 minute sign out, your parting words before I let you go, sir.
Thank you. I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers. It's a little bit sad for me. Last year, my boss was here, but today is no more. We were to retire together next year, but he has retired before me. Kò sẹ́ni tí ikú ò ní pa, ká ṣá máa ṣe rere. Ọdún á jìnnà síra wọn. I'm so happy that the organizer remembered him and give him that honor of 1 minute silence. On behalf of my colleagues in the office, I say thank you, and I wish more of this program will come next year, so that we will have a way forward in tourism industry in Oyo State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we jump us together for Mr. Femi Macaulay? Thank you so much, sir. You can have your leave. Mr. Tokunbo Dagunduro, still sit down. We're still going to engage you. So with this, I would like to invite to join us on this podium Mr. Macaulay, sir.
All right, Mr. Macaulay, please come around. Let's take a picture from you.
Picture.
Let's take a picture with you. Okay, now, while that session was on, someone walked in, and I would like to recognize the presence of this particular person. I'd like to say a very big thank you and welcome Mr. Ade Damola Are. He's the chairman, Kakanfo in. A round of applause, sir. A round of applause for him. Please, can you please wave, sir? Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to see the face. I do see the face without sunshade. Good to have you around. Okay, so at this point in time, hello.
Okay, the conversation continues. Now, when Dr. Olatokunbo Dagunduro was speaking, then we were talking about some of the firsts we have in Ibadan land. And, you know, most of these firsts are our pride. So with this, I would like to welcome our own daddy, the former CMD of UCH. That's the first and the best teaching hospital. If it's made from Ibadan, then I'm welcoming Professor Temitope Alonge to join us on this podium, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So don't worry, if you have 1 or 2 questions, you can pen them down. After this, then we'll do everything all together. Thank you.
So, you know, when the University of Ibadan was created, they understand that they will definitely, the way Ibadan was growing up, there will definitely be a medical challenge in the city. And I think that was one of the reasons why they created UCH. But I know I might have read it, but the one that have experienced it, from from grassroots to the top. That's our father, Professor Tim Tokalo. Now we want to talk about medical tourism as a kind of domestic tourism product from Ibadan. So I would like our prof to tell us, can you just give us a brief history about UCH and what are those things that we need to know briefly about UCH, sir? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to celebrate the twins as well. And I also want to thank my brother whose passion reminds me of when I was a little younger. Maybe I'm not too old now, but I'm still, online. I want to thank Mrs. Odubeso and the husband for putting this together. In 1948, the clamor for a university became very high because the University of London, that was the stopgap for those seeking higher education, became a little bit more turbulent in the sense that most of the students were ferried by ship. A good number had to go to the nearby Cameroon to Forabe College. And so the colonial masters thought it was a good idea to have a university for the Nigerian people. But of course, where else could this take place except for Ibadan? And so the colonial master took a tour outside of the city of the then Ibadan native government. And he got to a place on the way to Oyo, and he went under the bush and then used his walking stick and put it on the floor, and he said, "This is called the University College Ibadan." That is how that land was acquired. And they began to build. But of course, there were three main faculties that started. The Faculty of Education. They needed to be well educated. They had arts, Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Science, and Faculty of Medicine. Those are the three major faculties, or the three main foundation faculties. The Faculty of Medicine has two parts to it. You have the preclinical year where you study human anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology. And we all started from LA. It was a wooden block that was being used by the army at that time. And they had a little bit of a hospital setting there where the returnees from the war, my grandfather also took part in the Second World War. Many of them were managed. So we began from LA, the wooden blocks there, before the university began to build the other faculties. But the fun of it was that they wanted to have bungalows as the structure for the hospital. And the reason was quite clear, that they were not sure Nigeria was going to be able to generate electricity. And it was a lot easier because you can't carry patients up the staircase with your bare hands. But then some people fought against that. So while the university started in 1948, some people went to London to begin to argue about the setting up of a teaching hospital. And in 1952, there was an intergovernmental meeting that finally agreed that they're going to build a teaching hospital, but they were going to fashion it after University College London. Now, they said they didn't have money to build, but there are some historical facts that are very painful. S.L. Akintola, Chief S.L. Akintola, was the brain behind the funding. So in Lagos, where they were making all the decisions, Chief S.L. Akintola would ask them, "Did you remember that place that we wanted people to go to for their healthcare services? Oh, we don't have money. It does not matter. Whatever small you have, let us have it." And in bits and pieces, Chief S.L. Akintola was able to get funds to begin to build the University College Hospital, Ibadan. By 1956, the Queen was visiting just to look at the territories that they had annexed. And she visited, and the workload had gone so far. More than 90% of the work was done. But she was not going to repeat her visit in 1957. And so she left it to the Queen's sister, who was the one that officially commissioned usage on the 17th of November 1957. So historically, that institution is still the best, is the first teaching hospital that we have in the entire Southwest and in Nigeria, and the most outstanding in the whole of West Africa. It began as an 800 bed, but we moved it up to about 1,000 bed. I remember as a medical student that I was privileged to see, they didn't tell me, I saw the father of J.J. Jammeh, the dynasty of J.J. Jammeh from the Gambia. He came in with a particular kind of cancer, and nowhere else could manage him in the whole of Africa except UCH. So I saw that. And I also knew from history that the royal family in Saudi Arabia had their medical treatment at the University College Hospital, and UCH was the 4th best hospital in the whole of the Commonwealth at that time. But what has happened to us? It became the only tourism site for medical care, both for training of medical students and also for treatment. Most of the outstanding old medical doctors in Cameroon, in the Gambia, in Senegal, in Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire were trained at the University College Hospital. Many of them had to come here to train. And to make matters a lot more interesting, one of them, his name is from Cote d'Ivoire. He said, we've been training doctors here, and they went to train for their fellowship in England and came back. And he said to his friends, can we start a West African College of Surgeons? All the logistics and the program was started at Ibadan. And today the West African College of Surgeons is going to celebrate 65th anniversary in Mali next year. And everything started from Ibadan. But I have a problem, because my brother has been very, very vehement. I confronted the executive governor of Oyo State a couple of weeks ago. I grew up in my village and then had a stunt of my little childhood in Ajegunle. So I was raised in the ghetto, but God is the one that ordains the steps of everyone. I couldn't speak English until I was 9 years old. And then I found my way back into my town in Okar, and then secondary school in Owo, and then university at the University of Ibadan. I said, Your Excellency, sir, I can recount many firsts about Ibadan, but none of them is sustainable. None of them has stood the test of time. The University of Ibadan is struggling to make ends meet. University of Ibadan is struggling to maintain a position amongst the universities in Africa, but used to be the topmost university in the entire West African sub-region. The University College Hospital was the 4th in the Commonwealth. As it stands, we have no ranking. Everybody wants to beat us to it. Number 3, the NTA Ibadan was the 1st in Africa. Today, it's a very depleted and a very sorry case. The Cocoa House that we all celebrated, and he sat down and looked at me, and he said, so what are you up to? I said, sir, we have to do something. Today, Cocoa House is having a facelift, and I'm happy about it. The University of Ibadan, he has asked them to come for discussions to find out where he can actually make an input. And so is the University College Hospital. That is history.
Can we jam us together for Prof? You see, Prof has summarily puts us in the face of medical tourism. You have seen from the past, we used to think that it's the Oyinbo people that built UCH for us. He has told us that our own SL Akintola is instrumental to building that UCH. So we will not waste much of our time, but Prof, I want to let us know, like, sir, people go to UCH. In fact, people pray not to go to UCH because they only go there for medical attention and people. But how can we bring tourism out of UCH? Because what you have spoken to us now, we can have tour guides that can enlighten people about this. There are a lot of places that people can go to. It's not about going to UCH to seek for medical attention alone. This is history, and that can even encourage some people to be a medical doctor for children. And people want, like, there are some significant things about UCH that you cannot tell us. So can we build a structure for medical tourism of UCH.
I want to leverage on him. Remember I said that he's a firebrand and it reminds me of my younger days. Many of us have children that are still in secondary school. And many of you are so, how will I put it, preoccupied with yourself that you do not think about the future of your children. My bricklayer, one of the bricklayers in UCH, came to the hospital a few weeks ago with a daughter. And the daughter looked at me in my work coat. And she was admiring. I said, "Do you want to be a doctor?" And she says, "Yes." I said, "Dad, go to your daughter's school. Tell them to write a letter to UCH that this young girl wants to shadow medicine." This is the normal practice outside the country. And I've done that for so many children when I was the chief executive. They will shadow us. I will sew them a work coat, and they will spend their holiday period when they're on vacation. They will come to UCH for about a week or two, and I will make sure they go to different departments. And many of them will ask, I took them to the operating theater. But of course, before going, I will tell them, look, this is what you're going to see. The patient is going to have the injection. The pain is going to reduce, but you will see me doing the operation on the bone. Don't be worried, because they're going to wake up and you will see the x-rays and they're going to feel a lot better. And today, it's actually more or less pushed a couple of children to go to study medicine. The same thing can go for, want to be in the tourism industry, want to be an engineer. But many of us, when our children tell us what they want to do, we let them, when you get to university, you find your level. They are expected to start from when they were little. And you're supposed to push. That's what happens in the civilized society. My first son is 30, or will be 30 very soon. From the age of 10, 11, he told me about nanotechnology in medicine. And I said, what the heck is that supposed to mean? He said, microparticles, blah. He was an ISI. Apparently must have been reading himself today. He's rounding up his PhD on biomedical engineering using nanotechnology. This has been what he has been dreaming of. But many of us do not allow our children the resources. I'm just trying to push this on first before coming to tourism in UCH. So the University College Hospital offers children that mindset of wanting to know, what does this profession entail? And then we've made it up a little bit. We have a museum. And so as a chief executive, I more or less renovated the museum in UCH. It's on the 5th floor. And so when these children come on school tour, we take them to the 5th floor. We show them inventions. They see a statue of Hippocrates. Hippocrates is said to be the father of medicine. This is what he did in Greek. The Greek culture. And then we take them through, then we show them some modern instruments that were designed by Nigerians, designed by people in UCH. And then we take them around the various wards. They see equipment being used. And sometimes at the end of the day, you ask them, so how many of you would like to come back and add value to the system that you see? And so we can create a niche with the private sector to say that, look, don't cage your children. Many of us are so bad. When our children are on vacation, they are expected to be on vacation. What do? We enroll them in lesson. Lesson to do what? We enroll them in lesson again. They've just left school. They've just finished the exam. You enroll them in lesson. They want to go and learn. I said, will they become Albert Einstein? Are they all destined to become a superstar? You want to flog the brain, which is supposed to be developing at a particular pace. I said, thank God I grew up in the village where there was no light. Then I was raised in Najigule, where man eat dog. And then finally God took me to a place. I love vacation and I love adventure. Everywhere I go in the world, we always look for a tourism site. My wife and I, we've been doing this since 1992, and we're not stopping. The bottom line is, you mentioned Iyake suspended lake. A lot of people don't know it is called Iyake. They thought it was Iyake. They gave it all kinds of names. So I went to the town to speak to the king of the town. And I went to the tourism site, and I came back and I told them I'm upset because even with my hillocks, I didn't have access route to get to the place. My first visit, I got angry with the youth corpers that were there. I said, what is the history of this particular lake? I sent my people up to go and collect a sample of the water so we can analyze it. And the king told me a lot of stories and all of that. I said, Kabiyesi, I'm still not impressed. And I called my friend Olatuboso and I said, you have not done very well. If you want to promote this place, give me a good access road. There are no toilets in the place, and so people come in there and they mess up the place. There was even a dump hill next door to your entering the place. It's just now they're beginning to put some bamboo to demarcate where you're going to go, and then you have to walk up the hills like they do in Idori Hill. I said, it's taking you so long, and people have to complain for you to do the right thing. Now, there is no way you can have a good tourism industry without a good medical setup. And that is one of the mindsets of Governor Seyi Makinde, that in every local government, in every political ward, we must have a functioning primary healthcare center. It was in finding out how to invest in this particular area to promote tourism that took me around all the 33 local governments of Oyo State. And I examined over 400 primary healthcare centers. And I went back to their general hospitals to again assess 40 general hospitals, and then promoting medical tourism. I wouldn't like to go on a hill, go to Iyake, and I find out that if I break my ankle, the nearest place to me to get a medical treatment was Ibadan. That's not going to work. Okay? I worked in a place in England called Whitehaven. Whitehaven has a lot of hills and rocks, so people come there to climb. People will come all the way from London to go up climbing. So we know that in summer, I'm always very busy because they will break their ankle, they will twist their back, they will do all kinds of stuff. The hospital is always there to support. But what do we have in Nigeria? We have 3 tiers of government, and we also have 3 levels of healthcare. You have the local government that should look after the primary healthcare. We have the general hospitals that is the responsibility of the state government, and the federal government is supposed to look after the tertiary healthcare setup, including the teaching hospitals and federal medical centers. They are all confused. Everybody's confused. And at the end of the day, you don't even know what you're doing. But we keep hammering it for them to understand that you cannot have a flourishing tourism without a good medical system, beginning from primary health care to general hospital to a teaching hospital to take care. No tourist, sir, if I'm wrong, just correct me. No tourist will ask to come to Nigeria if they know that if for any reason they need medical attention, they cannot get it in the country where they're going. They won't come. And so we should promote medical tourism along with the benefits that will accrue onto them. I want to believe that when next you're going to bring your people from wherever they are, if they come to Ibadan, apart from going to the Amalajon, let them also visit a teaching hospital. Let them go to the primary care center not far from them. So it will give them some confidence, and they can report back home that if you have any problem, you can look after you. At Niagara Falls, there is a medical center next to Niagara Falls. So as people come from all over the world to Niagara Falls, anytime they have a medical complaint, there's always a medical center available, to sort them out. And finally, I don't want to bore you too much. As the chief executive or CMD of UCH, the Nigerian government wanted to stem medical tourism, and I was a member of the committee. And the first question I asked them was, why are Nigerians going outside Nigeria to seek medical attention? They're not going because of malaria. They're not going because they have headaches. They're not going because they have appendicitis. There were 4 major reasons why they were going for medical tourism. Number 1, cardiac issues. At that time, we had problems. So what did I do? I set up a cardiac center in UCH, and we did open heart surgeries for 50 people and cardiac interventions. Today, cardiac surgery has now become a commonplace all over the country. Number 2, they want to go for hip replacement, knee replacement surgery. Today, almost every teaching hospital can offer a total hip replacement, a total knee replacement, because we were losing 2 billion every year. Majority of those monies were going to those 2. Number 3 was kidney issues. Now today we have renal dialysis centers, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in many cities. Like Lagos, they probably have more than 50. Why? People know that they can get dialyzed. And people who are Nigerians who have kidney problems, they don't want to come home because they're not sure whether they can get a center for dialysis. We've taken care of that, and we're doing a renal transplant. And the last but not the least is cancer care. Today, the federal government gave us a center in Lagos to the tune of $10 million, and that is one of the biggest cancer centers in the southwest. The government of Oyo State has approved about 50 acres of land for the setting up of an international cancer center along Isheyi Moniya Road, again to try and boost up this particular sector of the health unit. So if you are able to address those 4, 90% of those who are seeking tourism outside Nigeria will not. And I can tell you authoritatively that most of my patients who need hip and knee replacement surgery would rather have it done here. It costs about 4 to 5 million. Whereas if you go to England, it is 120 pounds in private. It's probably going to cost about 80 pounds in the NHS. If you go to the United States, it's going to cost you more than $150,000. If you go to a cheap hospital, you can get it for $80,000. So who is a fool? Their children rather send money to them to have it done in usage rather than bring them to Atlanta, Georgia to come and have the surgery done, and they will skin them dry. So ladies and gentlemen, we know that the tourism potentials of Nigeria are underutilized, less than 1%. But we can do a lot better. But what I'm saying is that we must tie every sector that will make tourism to become what it should be, to be attractive. We should tie them all together. And I want to believe that this is just the first step. The Ekaabo program is probably the first step in this particular direction. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Please, can you put your hands together for him? I will say that I like the way you speak. It's so soothing. I don't want to listen to my pastor. Maybe I'd rather listen to you. All right. And I would like to see you write, because I do hear people say when doctors write, you can't read. I want you to write for me before you leave today. And mind you, I come to UCH. I'm not scared of UCH because I come to the canteen to eat. So I love to come to UCH. At the time you were talking, I know you will love this particular part, but Otilo, yeah, you understand, Otilo. We said something yesterday that we would have loved to have a face of the government here, but I'd like to announce to you that the chairman of your state youth development agency is here, and that is in person of Prince Adebowale Falana. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for coming around. So to compensate you, sir, he's also like you. He's somebody like you in the government. So when Oga sees him, Oga looks like, oh, boy, to come up, you understand? So thank you for having our face and our back. Thank you. God bless you. So, sir, I'd like to direct these questions to you. Do foreigners come to, there are times we travel out to go and do this. Do you see, at a point in time, has there ever been an experience whereby you had foreigners come to do surgery in UCH?
In 2013, Aliko Dangote's accountant, was it 2012 that we had the World Cup? It was 2012. Right. Aliko Dangote's accountant had what we call coronary artery disease. The arteries that supply your heart, there are about 4 of them, okay? This man, 3.5 were blocked. And he was just waiting to pack up. And so Aliko Dangote now called and said, since you guys have started doing open heart surgeries in usage, can I send this gentleman? But he was reassured that all was well because my cardiac suit was running on 160 kVA solar inverter system that runs 24/7 without NEPA, without anybody else, and I was confident that we could open this man up. So he had what you call coronary artery bypass graft. We call it cabbage. It will have cost Dangote close to $250,000. So the man came, we opened the chest up, we call it Midas, opened his chest, and then we stopped the heart from breathing, from beating, and passed his blood through what we call the heart-lung machine, took the veins from his legs, and used them to repair his arteries that were blocked. And 4 hours after the surgery, he was taken to the recovery room. 2 hours after, he got up, and he was gisting. The next day, he got up with the Colombian flag. I think Colombia was playing a particular town. And we took a picture. The next day after his surgery, was up with 2 of my nurses and telling them that Colombia has to win this game.
And I want to say good afternoon again.
Thank you so much.
Please tell others
You fear the most? Medical doctors, surgeons, or mechanics?
and I want to say good afternoon again. Please tell others
It makes me. That's why I don't kill any animal.
Yeah, that's
except
what
for mosquitoes.
That's what we do for a living.
That's what you do for a living.
Yes.
Wow.
I can't even kill a chicken.
But you can open human being up.
That's correct.
Wow.
My wife is here.
I'm proud
she can
of you,
testify
sir.
that I can't kill a chicken because I also have passion for them.
But you can open somebody's lungs.
I couldn't be bothered because I needed that person.
Needs
That
to
person
leave.
needs help,
Needs help, yes.
and I need to do the best for the person.
But the chicken doesn't need help. You
no
need
chicken,
it.
I'm going to eat it, so it's very painful.
That's nice. So I like to, please, if you have one, we are going to be entertaining one or two questions from the audience. Yes, I'll take one. But I'd like to ask you, sir, why do we export medical graduates in Nigeria?
The Jackpot syndrome is a very painful thing, and it was meant to happen. And the reason I said it was meant to happen was because many of you who are seated here often underrate us. I had my basic training in Nigeria. I had my postgraduate training in orthopedics in England. And then I came back to Nigeria because God instructed me to come back. I'm a pastor. And then I came back, and then I had another stunt at Leicester. And then I came back, and people thought I must be sick or I must be mad. And I said, no, it's a calling. Now, what makes the Jackpot syndrome worse now is that many of you, okay, whose relations are outside the country, you tell them about us. I went to see the doctor said this, and a student, somebody that I trained here, will now give you a diagnosis based on social media, and then you come to meet me and tell me that it doesn't seem as if I know what I'm doing. And so most of my younger doctors and my residents said, sir, if they treat you like this, I don't want to stay back in this country because I know your worth and what things you'll be doing for us. So Jackpot is not only money. It also has to do with what we train them with. Many of them are not content because they see us doing many highfalutin surgeries, and they ask, and I tell them, oh, this is the way you do this one, but sorry, this stuff is not here. This is the way we do this one. I've done this before, but this one is not here. And they said, so if these things are not here, how can I become like you? And I want to be like you. And so whatever it's going to take, they will go. And then number three, the government seem to think that I respect lawyers. The government think that the only people they should be afraid of are lawyers, because they can put them in jail or they can fight their case even when they have killed or when they have stolen. But for the doctor, well, if he doesn't do it, I can go and meet the traditionalist or get alternate medicine. And so we feel that we're being insulted by the government. We feel shortchanged by the people that we look after. And then the way people view us, they think everything about doctor, he doesn't have a passion. He only wants my money. Until such things leave our system, those young boys and girls will never come back. And so Jackpot is just the beginning. But the worst of it all, what is scaring me the most is that the pharmaceutical industry are not being touched. And most factories abroad are not manufacturing new antibiotics for you anymore. Why? Because they're fed up. Because before they finish manufacturing and do their research and development in 6 years, the new product has already been vandalized by India and China. And so they're not going to do it. And here we are, sitting on trillions on pharmacognosy. Pharmacognosy. You do extracts of leaves, and I've been begging them, but I'm glad that Arafe Babalola is listening to me. As I speak, he's investing more than 5 billion to get a pharmacognosy, bioavailability, bioequivalent lab in Abuad so they can produce many of the medicines we're going to be using. Okay, so medical tourism, that is another tourism, because we expect that people will come from West Africa to come and get these medications. Most of the vitamins you are drinking that you get from America, they are not manufactured in big companies. They are all pharmacognosy driven.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So I will take 2 questions. I'll take 2 questions. Please, let me take one from him. I saw you yesterday. I took your question. Maybe you are come. Meet.
All right, thank you. My name is Temitope Ogonjebiko.
You are paying for the name.
Okay,
according to the culture.
All right, sir, I will do that. My question goes to the prof. One for prof, one for Dr. Tukumbo Dagunduro. And the first question for prof is, what is your organization? You represent UCH. What are they doing to put in Nigeria into global map as a medical tourism destination? Because I see this as another avenue for Nigerian, to get foreign exchange from different countries. We see this being done by the UAE, Dubai. We see the Indians doing this. We see some top countries doing this, making different marketing promotions in CNN, or even Turkey recently, they are embarking on medical tourism. All this is to lure international patients or whatever that need assistance to their countries. And we know all this is for business purposes. It's all about the Benjamin. It's all about the dollars. So what is your organization doing to put Nigeria on a global space, to promoting medical tourism in Nigeria, making Nigeria as a next destination for global tourism marketing? And to Dr. Tokumbo Dagunduro, I was actually expecting that in promoting tourism in Ibadan, we should also leverage or discuss more on social media, the effect and good usage of social media. We know this is a digital world whereby we all leverage on the digital platforms, the social medias, the print medias, and all other medias. What are the practitioners, the stakeholders, and the members, general public, doing to making use of social medias to marketing Nigeria as a tourism destination and Ibadan at large? That's the first question for you, sir. And the second question for you, sir, is what are the roles or the negative roles being played by Nigerians to demarcate Nigeria as a tourism destination? We see people going on here. You see all these content creators, social media influencers talking negative about Nigeria. There is something I like about America. Every good day, they will keep saying, God bless America. They will never say every ill or any negative things about America. And we all know there's no perfect system. There's no perfect environment. In Paris, you see slums. In America, you see slums. Even the South Africa we were talking about, you see slums. But they will never talk about this thing. But why? We Nigerians, once we go on here, on social media, we keep marketing the country. Like it happened recently by this popular musician, Davido, even trying to discourage investors from coming to Nigeria. Do you think it is high time Nigerian government regulates social media for effective usage and to disallow people that are saying negative about the government, about Nigeria, and the country as a whole? Thank you, sir.
So we'll take next question.
Yes, we'll just take the two. And please, one question. Just one question. No question. 1, 2. Please. Please, let's do that quickly. God will forgive the video. Leave him. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I was born in 1960 and in Ibadan. In 1975 or so, I went to Ibadan Boss High School, and I was trying to get into the lab because we had a great teacher, a youth corps member, and we all wanted to. We still had a lab that had everything, and we had a teacher that we wanted to learn from. So I was in front and I was pushed into the glass, and I had what doctors called deep laceration on my left knee. There's still a scar there. I was taken to UCH Ibadan. It was like a 5-star hotel. We had the best treatment. We had people who are just, so hearing you talk about UCH, the glorious years of UCH, gives me some nostalgia. Yes? I was not here when you were introduced, but I've read up about you, Professor Alunge, and what I've read is impressive, that you are one of the best to have run that UCH. I think you deserve a round of applause. I just read it because I wanted to be sure that you are a good administrator before I stood up to say it is also about leadership. So there are a couple of things I want to raise here, which is about leadership The question is, the things you did while you were running usage, have they continued? What is the sustainability index? How are we able to get institutions to continue on the path of progress? How? What do we need to do? I know, UI that you are talking about, universities, people bribe to get to leadership positions. So you do not get the meritorious thing that we need. I was happy listening to you saying that without good medical facilities, there cannot be any, you say it cannot be a destination. So it is important that one, there's leadership, then sustainability. It's also important that those things that people, I had an ophthalmologist, he's late now, Dr. Bello. He used to go to India, and he would say to me that they have good hands. They have good hands. What kind of positioning do we have? People talk about FMC, Butemeta, so glowingly. And Dr. Dada introduced, just as you have done, introduced a few things. When he lives there, will that continue? So we think we have a problem of sustainability. But more importantly, I think the medical and dental thing in Nigeria, this thing about not being able to talk, not being able to advertise, not being able to talk about what you guys are doing. So people don't get to read them, authentically. The things that you have done, the geriatric center and all of that. That is what the Western world, they keep hyping their successes. Once the NMA says don't advertise, don't talk about things, there is nothing that will happen. Nobody is going to, it's like winking to a beautiful girl in the dark. So, Prof, I believe that you are close to your, can they begin to tinker with a few things? I'm a journalist, I train journalists, right? So can they begin to tinker with a few things that will open that space to public acknowledgements, so that the things that you guys do, one young man came, as a reverse migration, and one young man came from America, and set up, he left everything, all the things that he has been, and is back in Nigeria. We need to be able to talk about our successes authentically, so that it's not left to charlatans. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, sir. Please,
take the
doctor, please, sir. We are going to take the answers once and for all, and we'll be done, because the next panelists are here. Even the subsequent one, they are also, the one coming later, they are here. So we want to do this thing quickly. And my Ogasa, we know, so please help us do it now. So I want to add one more question. Do we have any medical grants for practitioners in different spheres of life? For example, footballers, for example, entertainers, because either we like it or not, these people also have their health benefit on human beings. I've seen footballers that had, there's Ekaabo still in Ibadan, he can't even see anymore. You understand? One of our hype men, very popular hype man in Ibadan, died some weeks back, Givenchy, and there was nothing. Do we have anything like that? Please let us do that quickly. Thank you, sir.
Quick answers. The various subspecialties in medicine addresses specific issues. We have Arthroscopy and Sports Medicine Society of Nigeria. I'm a member of that particular. So our major interest is looking after sports people. There's also the NASMED, Nigerian Association of Sports Medicine. I'm also a member. And so we have specific, what is it called now? Callings for different, job opportunities. It all depends on who comes up for care. I know my brother has raised up a lot of questions, but yes, you're right. It has to do with leadership. But the bottom line is that government has ways of trying to get things, get people that they appoint, and sometimes you really cannot change that. But thank God, during my interview, I did not I didn't lobby and I didn't see anybody to get appointed. But I had a mindset. My single mindset was, how do I reduce preventable deaths? Growing up, I knew that you go to a hospital, it's either you come out alive or you die. Now, some people are brought in so bad and they can't survive because of the crush injury, the head injury. But some people come in and for a minor issue, they get complications. And so for my 8 years as chief executive, the only thing behind my application when I sent in my paper, and I told that before God, I want to reduce preventable deaths. At the emergency department, I met a death rate of 30% at the emergency department, and it was only because we had a poor organization. What did it take? Change the number of staffing from morning, afternoon, night shift. I have more on the night shift because many people died at night. Brought in the experienced people at night, and the mortality went from 30 to 7. So it's not magic. It is leadership, exactly what you said. But unfortunately, what is going to bring back the glory days of the hospital for medical tourism to become impactful? I think the society should make a demand. The society is not making demands. Society is too quiet, and they only talk about the negative things. When good things happen, I think people should talk about it. But the society, like my brother said here, the media is one of our biggest arbiters. But I think the media should be very proactive and confront anyone. I was very free with the media, and I was not afraid. There was no stories to hide for 8 years. And so anybody could enter my office and tell me exactly what I felt. I even created a department for myself as my police. It was called the management of risk department. And the department monitors me. And so on a weekly basis, I get a report of what is going on. And it was all color-coded. When I see a red color, I have to act immediately. So I didn't wait for somebody outside to beat me. I beat myself in to do the job. Again, it has to be one of the rubrics of leadership that we lack. UCH can still be great again. But the government of the day do not understand how teaching hospitals are run. Many of you here will crucify me if I say my mind. But I will say it because it may, many of you will not like it, but you can go and put it down. I have always been an advocate for public-private partnership. I have actually advocated that you should privatize all our federal establishments. Privatize them. What are you? Government is meant to govern. Your job is to govern. Your job is not to put your head and your mouth in what you have no clue about. Let the health sector, as I speak, what is it called? Harvard University has 13 teaching hospitals attached to it. None of them is funded by Harvard. None. All of them are public-private owned. When you do that, everybody will sit up. This one that you go to usage and then, a consultant is not on seat, I will sack you. I will sack you because you are getting paid based on what you produce. But nowadays, everybody's waiting for salary. Our salary will be paid tomorrow, now, or thereabout. And then everybody will go back again. Until government will take the bold step. Even if you want to privatize service, I privatized most of the services in UCH. They almost crucified me, but my IGR went from 80 million to over 200 million when I was leaving. Because I had a PPP lab, I had PPP X-ray, I had PPP, GI track, endoscopy services. I had about 12 PPP. I even wrote a book on public-private partnership because the government gives you peanuts and they expect to come and steal. Because it was PPP, they couldn't steal, so I was a very bad boy amongst them, and I have no apologies. If you give me a chance, I'm going to do the same thing again. If they privatize most of our teaching hospitals, we will stop all of this nonsense. And finally, to your answer, sir, there are practices that are unique that you can sell. There are practices you can't sell. There's no way you're going to be done on a daily basis in America, because they have all the gadgets. If you ask me to lift up UCH today, I will focus on diseases that are common to us in Africa for which the white man has no answer. One of them are limb deformity corrections. They do not do it as much as we do. So in promoting UCH, I can bring limb deformity correction into limelight. They have no clue about it. But if you're going to be talking about opening up an abdomen, they've seen so many of those things. But if I'm talking about what we're doing, then we're going to be helping ourselves. And finally, our research output is very poor. I wrote in the consultant log, the WhatsApp group yesterday, there were some of my publications, I deliberately published them in the West African Journal of Surgeons, or West African College of, I deliberately did that. I didn't want it to appear in a white man's paper, or white man's journal. Why? Because it is not useful to them. It gave me promotion and made me a big man, but it was not going to be used by those people. And so that's the way to lift up ourselves, but we need to be more empathetic about our people, and we should publish papers that will add value. That is when people are going to take you serious, and tourism becomes an easy option. Thank you.
So, Mr. Tokumbo, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Well, the first question you asked was on social media. And I will say this. The man who spoke at the bar said it. We're a people that is not used to celebrating our success stories. If you take our national dailies, it's only when you want to read about something that is not bad news, go to sports. After sports, we should begin to at least ensure we change our mental culture and inform our minds in the right setting. Social security value is key. You are saying, don't we have social handles to promote tourism? We have some bloggers. I know Anima Shao very well. I know what he has done. That Governor Sheima today is doing a lot of positivity. He's one that has been, he's one of those instrumental. When they see some things, not castigating any government, but there's a way we can reawaken. I recall vividly the Ikogusi in Ekiti State. Pre the election, I visited with the travel agency team, Ikogusi. And because most people don't know me, I have journalism inborn. I'm the son of Sendida Gunduro, who got that NUJ. And we left, we couldn't sleep in the gospel, all paid. I never knew it was the eve of election or two. I never knew Bao was from Ikogusi. And I got to hotel room in Ekiti. And I just said, I must do this. I know how reportorial has been done. The gory state of Ekiti pride. The sorry and the gory state. And I called I said, put it out. And the Gbawale Ojolari called me, your father trained us. You have done this. Who paid you? I said, Moka, you know me now. Is that not the current situation of that place? Today, Ikogusi is back better and doing well. Courtesy we gingered through that reportorial. And as today he told the government, he said, you know, this man, that story that you said, want to fair Pamio before election, the last joker, I never knew it was from Ikogusi. But he has given it the right facelift. And there is a traffic. I know the ministry of, federal ministry had a retreat there recently. So now, we need to change our mentality. Now, speaking negatively about the country is a common thing for most Nigerians. We celebrate negativity as a people. Rather than eschew our success stories. Let's preach our success stories ourselves. Yorubani Lenotin Keshorodi. All of us, if we do it and if we educate, and I will now put this now to the journalists around, if they are around though. I know there was a time the Nigerian Press Council was set up. What is the function of the Nigerian Press Council today? The first one was led by Alade Odene Uden, Prince Tony Momo. I know what I'm saying. They are to regulate that sector. What is the function of NUG? Even if you have online bloggers that do reportorial, I will use a case study. The VDM is trying to make at least, but is he doing it professionally? No. In those days, I know there used to be correspondent chapel in NUG that reaches the base of grassroots, observer, error, and all the likes. Are they more effective? You don't even come, and that's why quackery is a thing now in John. I was in a forum like this, I finished. Somebody approached from a particular newspaper. He did an interview and he was saying I should give money. I said, maybe you don't. I said, take your phone, Google the name you are talking to. I said, you are not a thorough, not knowing he only came in disguise of that media house. So there is a lot that is happening. And whether we like it or not, we need to together liberate the media. They are the only tool to liberate the masses, to liberate every sector. All Prof has said, if the media is heavily, David Beckham was never the best, one of the best footballers. But the British media made Beckham all he is today, that he became a study in sports in England. Our media can do this. I want to challenge journalists here. The old-time religion of journalism should be reawakened. All these bloggers engage the press council. I'll give one good. There was a time I asked our lawyer, while I was the vice president of the travel agency in Southwest, I said, petition Radio Nigeria, all the media houses. Why? We see a lot of tour operators, government shall really protect her to an extent. And people go on here to defraud the public. I say it on media, that the media is an ignorant tool to defraud the public. And they said, Fomi Koka of Blessed Memory said, it's not the function of bond, it's the function of outcome. I said, it's a simple thing we are asking. Sanitize, do a background check of people who are bringing adverts. You are not commonsensical for a service industry. You see it doesn't do any adverts. And that is why you see having that traffic. Because people believe in that professionalism. Nigerian Tribune will not do advert that come and do your advertorial or anything. But people, it's an establishment because they know it's a core professional media house. So how can I be in the service industry? If I may call travel or legal one issue, and people will take it on here and advertise. And we have it pains me NTD has left here. I do say this to government regulators and the state government. As stakeholders, we are consumer to you. Under the Federal Consumer Protection Law, we are consumers to the government. You regulate us, we pay levies. How well are you protecting those stakeholders? The government always has the mentality of regulating, no protection. And that is why a church today can do tourism. That is why a mosque today can do tourism and they will mess it up. And we need to help the media. We need to encourage the media. If the media will also get it right, they will help us fight a lot of, because they are the bridge that people read through them to do a lot of things. So there is a lot to be done. For those bloggers, the media knows what to do. There is a press council has not been functional. Since the days of Obasanjo till date, who is supposed to regulate? You see a blogger who is not professional, who has not done the nitty-gritty, training and retraining is not there. Then apprehend such, make him a scapegoat. And we begin to caution ourselves. We have seen a lot of people, they doctor somebody's voice and co. Social security value is key. And we should all embrace it.
Thank you so
it's
much.
a war we cannot fight out like corruption, but it can be come to the BRS minimum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tokunbo Dagunduro. We need to appreciate everybody that has been part of this session. I hope you have gained something. I hope you have deleted some. I hope you have added some. And I'm very sure you are taking something back home from this session. We need to appreciate Professor Temitope Longe, Dr. Tokunbo Dagunduro, and my aburo, Kende Ogutoye. I still remember your sincerely, Taiwo Yedele Ogutoye. So, Madam Toyin should come forward. Let's take our...
Madam Toyin, please come around. This family fight that you started here, go and say... settle it at home. Doctor, who is the eldest? Let's take a professional advice now. Scientifically, Talegbon. Okay, Egboni. Ah, God damn it. Pastor, you sat at the middle. It's good, it's good. All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming around. Thank you, sir. Okay, please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. They've done real well. They've done really well. Thank you. I'd like to appreciate the former General Manager, Cultural Center, Chief Mrs. Olayinka Adedeji. Please, can you wave, ma? Thank you for coming around. She came in during this just concluded session. Thank you so much for being around. DJ, can we have a very light music? And after that, we will be having the second session. And trust me, it's going to be very, very impactful. So ladies and gentlemen, for the next 3, 4, 5 minutes, let's just unwind a little bit. So let's have some music. And after that, we'll continue the show proper. Thank you. God bless you. So for the next session, we need you to be really attentive and be comfortable. So we're talking about culinary tourism. What you put inside your mouth, inside your body. That's what we're talking about, because there's tourism in that regard. So we will be back here in very short moment. We'll be back here. Let's have a very light musical break, then we'll be good. So a little tweak before the next session, we will be doing the Makbo experience. Idris Animation will be feeding that for us. Thank you so much. And to whoever I was unable to take his or her questions, apologies. I'm working with some authorities that are so very, they are interwoven. So I need to be careful. So thank you so much. Let's have some music. All right, so for this break, we have different vendors here. We have the Green World, we have the Pelican practitioners, legal practitioner Kentura. Kentura. She's into body spray. She makes people smell nice. And for the Pelican legal team, they are doing free. They are doing free. What do you call it? Free consultation, I guess, for your businesses, or maybe your landlord is showing you shaggy and you want to know how to go about it. Do that for you for free. Then subsequently later in the evening, we'll be having the seminar, the training session down there. At the same time, I would like to tell you that we have a clean and classy here. They're going to teach you how to be professional cleaners. For those of you that your husbands at home frown at you because you don't clean well, they will teach you how to clean, and they will tell you how best to make money from cleaning. I also have another stakeholder here. She's an entertainer, MC Queen Lagbaja. She's here. She has an event coming up. For those of us, I can understand that this is not the settings for social, all this. We are being serious right now. It's not that she's not an unserious person. She's a serious person, but she gets paid for being unserious. So permit her. So for now, I'll just like you to know. So she has something going for young students in the creative space. Come and talk yourself. Come and talk your talk yourself. Yeah. And to every other one that is here, Uncle Mr. Are, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for standing back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is MC Queen Lagbaja. I'm an entertainer, an hype man. Yeah, because I'm a soldier. I'm not an hype woman. So people don't really look into our craft because the night thing, we do it. But then I have this flair for our young guys that are doing so much in probably doing DJing, MCing, music and all that. So that's what I do. So in my academy, I do encourage them. We have beginners class. We have, at least I'm helping people in Ibadan, like our own crafts. Like we're not looking into that. Like, okay, let's help those guys. They don't probably go to school like we do. So, but I'm on the streets to make this happen. I'm like their godmother. So I'm trying. So that's what I do in my academy. So I also consult for lounges and clubs to get entertainers. So that's what I do.
I think the former CMD should preach to you. You understand? Well, that's that. That's that. We also have show marks. The show marks, they are here. They can make you watch movie for a very, 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 very cheap amount. I think the list of their is less than 1,006, I guess. So you can consult them right now. Yeah, the sound is good like that. So please, let's begin to. Can we go back to our seats? I think we should be done with the quick connect. So let's do that quickly. We also have a Waste Museum. Waste Museum is here. And you can see the center table and the side stool that you see there. They are made from wear tires. Tires that are bad. Is that so? So everything she makes them from waste. Her earrings, I saw her now. Her earrings are made from waste. She has different things there. You can buy. That's her gallery down there. There's the green world, and this is a clean and classy. Show marks, Kentura is there, Red Cross is there. Okay, that is a Waste Museum. She's the one waving there. People wants to see you. You better come here now. I'm blowing your trumpet. So whatever she's wearing is from waste. She has. She came here with a herb, with an herb yesterday. He said the herb was made from waste. To cure people, wahala. It is well. So she made those stuff you see there from waste. So please, let's gather. Let's gather. The next session is coming up right now. Then I would like to quickly say something as we are gathering. I think this issue of people going on social media to say what not to be said, NBC will have to do something about that. NBC will. So you can see everything she has on is from waste. Mr. Ray, can you see? Everything is waste. Yes. Okay, please, let's have our seats. Let's have our seats. We're starting the next session. Let's come back. Let's come back. Come back. We don't have much time on our side. Please, let's do that. Let's do that. And as for a very dark man, maybe I will have to sponsor his education at NUJ. He's doing a good job in a very wrong way. Yes. Very dark man. He talks too much. Yeah. I like him. I like him when he's been rattled, so it's good. We understand, but it's good for him to do it well. Yeah. So please, let's come back to our seat. Let's come back to our seat. I would like to appreciate the presence of Prince. Thank you so much for still being here. Thank you so much. Please, when you are done with the interviews, we would like everyone to please be seated. So please, let's come back quickly. Let's sit. Let's sit so that we can have some more experiences. And I'd like to tell you that yesterday, some of us decided to join force together to be change agents. Yes, with the clean and classy people. They said they were going to train people. Was that not what you said? You're going to train people. What was that in Idris? That we said we are going to join force with them. So we are going to support you when it comes to this, your projects, to make sure Ibadan is the cleanest state. Yes, you understand? So all the waste, when we pack it, we take it to Waste Museum. So she can have enough material to do her business. I think that's better. So what we're trying to say in essence is, please let us be part of the change agents. We heard what the CMD, what Professor just said. He said he did some stuff on his own. You understand? If you don't do stuff, some people are waiting for you to start it so they can join. So please, let's come together. Let's come together. We are starting the next panel right now. Let's do that quickly. Let's do that quickly. We are talking about, okay, before we do that, we are going to take the Makbo experience, and the person to take us is here. And I don't want him to talk to empty chairs. Okay, yes. The state governor is sitting now. So everybody come and sit. Prince, don't see, it is either you like it or not. I'm going to wait for you to be governor. So I can pull you well. Because if he's here, that means the governor is here. Yes. And I like the fact that the governor. Talopa Mike. Sorry, sir. What should we do to that person? And the Kompa Mike is saying, Kadari G. Okay. Okay. Because I like what Wiki does.
if you talk anyhow in any market, it will clear your market, turn it to road. That man, someone that makes the president say, he's my landlord, though. Even president face front. Wiki, that man. If he wants to run for presidency, I will vote for him. Yeah, we need people like that. See, when GSM was going to do it for everybody, it looks like Gates was not going to look good. He leave everybody. I like him for one thing. When he wants to do something, he will not talk. When he wants to do it, he will activate it and we will travel out. Oga, very smart man. You activate the process, leave the country. I will tell Oba. So please, can we come together quickly? Can we come together quickly, please? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Those under the tent, please, can we have everyone here? Zillow, thank you for that job. Thank you for what you're doing. Please, let's come. And I think our vendors too, our exhibitors, you can come and listen. Abisha Bombe, you can hear. Well, okay. The Yorubas will say, Irumu lowo, ibiti shurayin wa lokon yin wa. That's good. I like that. That's good. That's good. So, please, let's come together quickly. Let's come together quickly. So while we're waiting for people, I'd like to ask this question. Please, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, who likes money the most? Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, who loves money the most? Igbo. All of them. Igbo. Bros, Cheti J Ijesha Lowori. Just try O Ijesha. Ilukuluku la do rebe ni o. Le ni ma gbowo mi. Honestly, and I don't like it. How many Ijebu people are here? How many Ijebu? Okay. Any Ijebu person here? I'm a Ijebu Nisa. SOA. Which part of Ijebu are you from? Okay, and you bed down. People say Ijebu people are stingy. Is that true? Ijebu people not stingy. You die first. See how your burial will look like. We will put this together. We'll spend money. Okay, listen, gentlemen, we don't want to waste much time. Not waste too much time. At this point in time, I would like to call on a friend. I like to call him a friend. Though at times he behaves like your enemy. Yes, and I like people like that. And I think one of the reasons why we don't get better with stuff in this part of the world is we don't understand what is called constructive criticism. But some people are so careless, they are not constructive. They just criticize you and they water down your spirit. So ladies and gentlemen, he's an architect, he's an architect, he's a professional, he's a builder, he's a civil engineer, and he's also a social influencer. Is someone that has decided to use his influence to better the environment or your state. He's a proud son of the soil. Prince, I used to call him this name. But I don't know, maybe I can call him this name in your presence. I say he is the headache of the state governor. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring him up now. Yes, I'd like to bring him up now, and he's going to be sharing with us the Makbo experience. And to do that for us, in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together if they are not too busy. Put them together for none other than architect Idris Animashao, also known as the Long Man. A round of applause for him, please. Please, I want you to keep clapping for him till he gets here. Because there was a time I told him, I said, Idris Joe, our boy is Shikere, Oni Baba, Kosinti Sele, Omo Badonia. Yes, and I am proud of him. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you, Idris. Hello. Okay. All right. To also join him in this Makbo experience, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for another architect. Ladies and gentlemen, architect Joseph Awofodu. Please, a round of applause for him. Yeah, he was here yesterday. And I liked his pontifications. So we are going to enjoy him again. Please, if you are standing, barrister, be comfortable. Please sit. I want everybody to sit. Zilo, to your seat, please. Yes, thank you. All right, so you can have your seat, sir. Hello.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Idris Animashaun. I'm a trained architect, a social change advocate, and a PR person. The part of the program outlined for the Ekaabo experience is to possibly have a tour around some of the heritage sites in the city. And one of those sites is the Makpo Hall, the ancient Makpo Hall. And because of schedule and all of that, we decided that it is very, very important that we dig into Makpo Hall. A while ago, I heard Mr. Dagro talking about tour guides not having as more information as they should. We also spoke about the role of media in the promotion of tourism and hospitality industry as far as Oyo State is concerned. And it is in that regard that I have right beside me somebody who is very versatile, an architectural historian, an architectural critic, architect Joseph Awofodu will be doing this with me, and we're trying to look into the entire Makpo Hall, how significant Makpo Hall is to the story of Ibadan. To tell the story of Ibadan is to talk about the heritage. To talk about the story of Ibadan is to talk about the culture. To talk about the story of Ibadan is to talk about the cultural symbolism of what Ibadan is. And these are some of the things that we're going to be looking at when we're going to be looking into Makpo Hall. So, welcome on board, Architect Awofodu.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
So, Makpo Hall, 1925 to 1929. Probably going to be 100 years in the next couple of years.
Yes.
To some of us, we've been to Makpo Hall, we've experienced Makpo Hall. A whole lot of people have written a whole lot of stuff about Makpo Hall, even though they are contradicting informations about Makpo Hall. We wanted to shed more light on Makpo Hall from the angle of the architectural style and with respect to the building form, the fenestration, also looking at the material symbolism, the cultural symbolism, and the historical relevance of Makpo Hall.
All right. It's a privilege to be here and also to do this before this audience. And I want to also appreciate the organizers, for taking the initiative. I also want to thank my brother here. He called me up to be here, and I also appreciate that. Thank you. First, I would like to say, like I did say yesterday, like I mentioned yesterday, that tourism is another way of describing informal set or form of education. So tourism can also be said to be an informal form of education. And so, because we look at it like it is something that is exclusive to the rich. I did say that yesterday. I'm mentioning it again for emphasis sake. And there are three things with which we track history. There are three things. Genealogy, that is my dad, my uncles, my family lineage. Then memory, something that you've seen, you can't deny, you know it. Then the third thing are buildings. So those three things. And so I'm trying to talk about the universal nature of architecture, the ubiquitous nature of architecture. And that's where Makpo comes in. Now, there is no way we would discuss Ibadan and not talk of the architecture of Ibadan. It's unfortunate that what we know of the built environment in Ibadan are the brown roofs, and I'm sure you understand, the city of brown roofs. Whereas that's not the important thing that should be said. For instance, the speakers that have been here have spoken brilliantly about how to rechannel the energy or the attention that we give. We seem to bring forward the negatives rather than talk about the courtyard system of the Yoruba building and built environment, rather than talk about their family system, rather than talk about how cohesive their forces, how communal they live. We talk about the brown roofs, whereas that was the material that was affordable at that time. And so there is no way we will talk about architecture and not talk about Makpo Hall. Actually, it was designed as the city hall, but by location we called it the Makpo Hall. And so today we'll be looking at it based on these areas that have been highlighted. And having set that background, I want to say that the history that surrounds Makpo Hall is one that every individual, particularly those that have enjoyed anything in Ibadan, should understand. Makpo Hall, of course, as said, was built during the administration of Captain Ross. He was the third resident administrator, you know. And he decided to build or to put up that building, to sponsor that building as a form of spite. Akinyele, IB Akinyele, the Ekeri Olubadan, as at then, wrote a book, and they did explain the history behind it. We are not here to raise that aspect, just like we've been saying. We are trying to bring the positive energy, but at the same time, that was the situation that surrounded it. Now, this is equally very important because I can tell you for a fact that 10 out of 10 information that you have about our heritage architecture are wrongly described. For instance, the first time I Googled Makpo Hall, I was in 400 level, undergraduate days, and I saw that it was just a paragraph that was written. A paragraph. You know, shortly before I came here, I just checked to find out, and I realized that they described the Makpo Hall as a neoclassical architectural style. Now, that is interesting, but it is not all that should be said about it. And so, it is important that architecture, just like we said, a material evidence that describes, with which we can track time, we can reckon time chronologically, is being wrongly described. Dr. Tukumbo spoke earlier and said that it's a pitiful state that we've scrapped history from secondary education system, and that is as if that's not good enough. What we now propagate, the chunk of history that has now been added to government in the curriculum, is a refined history. There is nothing you do with history. There's nothing you can do against the history. You just tell it as it is. And you know, those that ignore history will either repeat the errors or make sense out of it. But scrapping it means that the future is bleak. And if we don't start doing something about it, then there will be challenging issues. And so architecturally now, which is the crux of the question we want to discuss, it is of the colonial building. It's a colonial building.
Okay.
And that's why I said, yes, it is a colonial building. Okay. Even though it took the neoclassical style, but by categorization, it was a colonial building. It is a colonial building. I beg your pardon, it's still standing.
Okay.
And so it does have the colonial features. We name a building by the sponsor.
Okay.
By those that initiated it. For instance, we talk of Adebisi Idikon.
Adebisi Idikon.
So we talk of Agbaje building. And so we talk about them based on the person that built it. And so we can't ignore that.
Okay.
It did employ the colonial style, the neoclassical style,
but it should have started with it's a colonial
building.
Okay.
And so, and you know, nobody will do this for us. I also want to say at this point that what makes us honorable in ourselves is that you know who you are. For instance, we are all dressed elegantly here because you know who you are. There is a name you represent.
That's an identity.
An identity that you stand for. And that's why you do what you do. And if we do not know these things for ourselves, others will come and in a derogatory manner describe us. And these are some of the things that tourism should help us do. And so as we move on, the materials that were used were predominantly concrete, which was newly discovered. As I mean, it's a period when architecture was evolving. The modern era just started, new materials, and so they used a whole lot of concrete. And they did employ the colonial architectural style, and that's why I keep emphasizing. Colonial buildings or colonial architecture is the one that the colonial masters brought, and we called it the tropical architecture. That is the architecture that responds to the tropical nature of this climate.
That's more or less like an adaptation.
Adapted. They also refer to it as climate responsive architecture. That is the architecture that can respond, and that's the reason for the veranda, for the corridors around it.
Okay.
And so they built a significance with the columns by using it to represent.
Okay.
And so also important to note is the location of that hall. You know, the current Ibadan is the third Ibadan. The first Ibadan is the Ibadan, the Oluyole Ibadan. Then the Lagelu, the first Ibadan of Lagelu,
okay,
which after a while was how do I put it now, was pulled apart.
Okay.
Of course, the second Ibadan came up. The first one was pulled down because they unmasked a masquerade at the center market square, and the Yoruba people had to disband Ibadan. And so afterwards there was a second Ibadan. From civil issues, it was disbanded. And during that second Ibadan, they moved to Makpo Hall, to Makpo Hill, I beg your pardon, as at that time. And so Makpo Hill became their safe harbor. And so they transited from the Akpete axis, Awoton Akpete axis, towards Makpo Hall. Yeah, so they moved towards Makpo Hill. And the Makpo Hill became their safe haven. And that's where they began to eat the wild.
Could it be because of the hill?
Of course.
What significance
Now,
was that hill to?
You know, by location, the hill gives you a vantage position, and so you are protected from invaders, hostile invaders.
Because the moment they are coming,
they are coming up, they are tired. And one of the things that have hated great civilizations of the world, even from Mesopotamia, Egypt, that we talk about, is their geography, and the edge that Egypt had over Mesopotamia is their geographical location. For instance, to the south, they had mountains, Zagros Mountain. To the north, they had the Mediterranean Sea, and to the east and to the west, they had the desert. So it was difficult to wage war against the ancient Egypt, because it's either you are crossing the desert, miles, over hundreds of miles before them, or you are descending through a mountain, or you have to scale a mountain,
or you are coming
or
through
you
the
have to come in through the sea. So it's almost impossible. And so geography had always been a vantage advantage for every civilization, which they saw. And so they settled on the hill, and after a while they began to descend when everywhere was safe enough. And so historically, the colonial administrators understood this story, these issues, and so they decided to locate Makpo, the city hall on top of the hill. It is also important to note that at this time, it was a period when the colonial masters needed to subjugate the Ibadan people under the administration of the Alaafin. And so, while they were giving the Oyo people access to electric power supply, electricity, they gave the Ibadan people a city hall. Yes.
So it's more or less like we're giving you guys electricity, then we're giving Ibadan people the city hall.
A city hall.
How does that make sense?
Well, it does not. And if you have ever wondered why the civic center, I had known the civic center, the one at Idiakwe, even before I knew Makpo Hall. I had known, I'm sure you know that if you mention 5 large halls, well built, architectural masterpieces, you won't mention Makpo Hall. Not because it's not in that category, but because of some of these histories that shroud it. The architecture in Makpo Hall is still unmatched.
So how do we now try to get the best out of Makpo? Because for somebody like me who is passionate about the city, who has been studying Makpo or researching about Makpo for the last couple of years, I've been trying to find a way to come to a point where we begin to tell the Makpo story. If on average, just like you said earlier on, that if you Google search Makpo today, majority of the things you're going to see about Makpo are contradictory. And for me, one day, yes, I think a few days ago, I was looking up to the internet and I saw a particular post where somebody said that Makpo had 7 number of columns with respect to trying to symbolize Makpo, that Makpo having 7 columns is representing the 7 hills in Ibadan. And it is on that note that I want you to shed more light on this cultural symbolism and the historical heritage of Makpo in relation to the people. Also, at some point in time, we had records of, we had it on the internet that, maybe probably a myth anyway, that the rooftop used to serve as where they used to keep tax evaders. We don't have any of these things documented, and we've been seeing facts being distorted across the internet. How do we ensure that we put the right things out there to at least help the tour guide? And what do you think is the role of the government and every other stakeholders to ensure that Makpo become a tourist attraction?
Well, it's not too late. I mean, now that we are saying this, even although it seemed like it because the things that we need to put Makpo as of course Makpo is a listed building, but it has not passed all the stages for it to be a heritage site. I mean, one of the ones that is acclaimed across the world. And it's unfortunate that the renovations that have been done were not the right ones. It's unfortunate, but it's just the truth. And that's why I think that in response, the role of government should be, like people have said, they should be educated. As much as they want to do this, they should not politicize. For instance, Dr. Tokumbo spoke the other day that he was talking about Awolowo's house, and someone said it's a party thing. And we should drop that first. It is because we have an identity that we then begin to talk about a political issue. Let's first talk about these issues of identity first. For instance, Makpo Hall puts Ibadan at the city center. For instance, when you see Burj Al Arab or Burj Khalifa, you know it's Dubai.
Yes.
When you see the pyramids, you know it's Egypt.
When you see the Eiffel Tower,
yes,
you know it's
when you
see the Pantheon, you know
you know it's Rome. Yes, but when you see Ibadan, rather than show the brown roof, it should have been the Makpo Hall. But it's unfortunate that the people that even when they want to do the conservation, which should have been what should have been done, preservation then conservation, they didn't engage the right set of people.
The professionals.
Yes, they did that all because they just needed to cover it. Whereas these are issues that should be done carefully. There's a way you preserve, you conserve buildings so that the history will not be lost.
My fear is just to possibly round up. Like yesterday, I was speaking about the materials being used in Makpo. I delved into a little bit of history of probably like about 3-4 years ago. We used to have a dampalon on the roof, bringing in more light into the building interior. And unfortunately, a few days ago, when I visited Makpo again, the dampalon has been removed, replaced with long span aluminum roofing shade. These are modernist materials. These are modern material elements. The same thing happened to the roof. I mean, to the ceiling. The ceiling used to be an open ceiling where you get to see the roof carcass and all of that, which is part of what should give the building its own integrity, its own identity. Now we have the building already being covered with a plaster of Paris, a POP, and all of that. And the question now is this: if at this pace that it is going,
are we so sure that the building will be able to scale through the UNESCO process?
It looks like it won't scale through. Like I was sharing, like we discussed yesterday, there are three things: historical context, historical integrity, and historical relevance. Now, the integrity and relevance is still there because, I mean, the building is still standing, but integrity and context has been removed. For instance, the columns, the base of the columns, the walls of the main hall were finished with Greek-style rough faces, the one we call text coat.
Yes.
This type of paint.
Yes.
The original bricks were the ones used, but you know now they've added paints
on what should not be
what
painted.
should not be painted. Well, it should be painted, but they should have used gloss finishes, colorless varnish gloss finishes, so that you will still feel the roughness of the surface, whereas this has been ignorantly painted over. The same thing with the roof. Now, the implication of the POP that has been used on the system now is that before now, the building was designed to be sustainable. In the global community, everybody is doing sustainability, less of carbon emission, less of greenhouse effect, less of active energy sources. But now the building will require AC. A building that when you stand on the corridor, you feel the cool breeze coming to you on the outside from the inside. But now the building has been cladded
because the volume already has reduced.
The volume has reduced, and now we'll spend more to maintain the building. A building that has suffered rejection, that has suffered neglect because of the history. Now we have made it difficult to service, to run. And so these are things that happen when we approach matters without full knowledge. And it's important to know that there are departments of, for instance, architecture, NIA, Nigerian Institute of Architects, we are having the 60th anniversary. Oyo State chapter happened to be the first, because the first of these guys started in Ibadan.
So that means
before they exported to Lagos and the other parts of the country. And there are people here who they could have engaged to handle some of these matters. And so government should, for subsequent actions, should contact the right people. There are buildings that you don't just change their context. You don't just tamper with the integrity of the designer. There's an intent behind every architect and for every building. You can't do there's nothing you can do against all of these things, and they have to be preserved, because the first point of call in heritage building, in tourism, are heritage buildings. For instance, if you go to the Pantheon, the Pantheon, the one in Rome, the Hall for Gods, you pay nothing less than over 50,000, about 52,000 thereabouts, to have a visit. For instance, we've spoken about this place, tourist centers here, being offered, accessed with less than 2,000 naira. And so, but these are things that we can build. People will not, before you talk about water bodies, before you talk about, the interesting thing about architectural tourism is that the building itself will speak
on its own.
It will speak on its own.
Style,
yes, you enter
landscape,
and you feel the aura. You feel, for instance, we call Obafemi Awolowo University the most beautiful campus.
Because the
architecture speaks. And so when you get to big buildings, even though they are neglect, they suffer neglect here, you still feel the elegance of the architecture, of the geometry. And that's why for tourism, architecture becomes, or works of architecture, which are buildings, the material evidence, heritage, becomes the first point of call.
Thank you so much, Architect Awufudu, for the beautiful insight. These are conversations that we will be having, and I think this conversation can continue to go on and on, because there is a whole lot of things that we should talk about. We want to use this medium to appreciate the convener and the organizers of this beautiful event. Thank you so much for having us, and we're encouraging each and every one of us to try as much as possible, visit Mapo. If you've not visited before, try and visit. If you've visited before, visit again and experience the building. Thank you so much. Wow.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for them. Please, you want to take shots with them? Okay, now. So now, all right. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. They've done well. They've done well. So please, if you want to visit, please visit Macbo and get to know. I didn't get to. I'm looking for who is going to tell me that thing. When I was younger, they used to tell us that there's one giant inside that place. Is that true? Abi is a myth. Long man. One let new miran kan níbẹ̀. It's a myth. Jesus. God forgive my daddy in heaven. He threatened me with that thing. If any small thing, say, you are going to see giants. Okay, so at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to, actually had to struggle to keep him back. You know, public office holders are very busy. They are very, very busy people. And I like the fact that when you chat Rutimigi and Rutimigi says, we're more busy, you might not understand. You know, those are the things, and people that are actually very busy. When you send them message now, they will reply you now. Because they know that they might not be able to to handle that anymore. All right, Momsi, I'll call you back. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to please welcome with me here the Oga for the boys. Is the Oga for the boys. He's going to do this after him. Then we'll do the next panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to put your hands together. Let's just hear from the governor's representative. He is the chairman of your State Youth Development Agency, Prince Adebowale Falano. A round of applause for him. Please come, sir. Come. Please keep clapping for him. You are not clapping for him. You are clapping for the Oyo State Governor. GSM, please. Please, I would like to know. Okay, please sit, sir. Don't let me. I can't stand the governor. Yes, I can't stand while the governor is standing. All right. Sir, what I would like to hear from you, many people, because yesterday we had a particular session and people gave their contributions, we threw it open and they were like, oh, why? The government is not doing this. And I was very happy that you came after this man, barrister, left, after he had finished his own talk. That's when he came, because he kept coming for government. So now we had our contributions yesterday that went this way. Some people were like, oh, government don't do this, government don't do that. Are there plans of the state governor in ensuring that people come to experience the tourism aspect of Oyo State?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first and foremost appreciate God that I'm here today. I want to once again appreciate the governor in absentia for giving me the enabling environment in the office. And I want to say this, that yesterday I ought to be here, but it's one activities or the other. But I have to stream my time today that I have to be here, because a program like this is worth encouraging. Ekaabo initiative, I never dreamt like this, it would be like this. But when I came in, when I saw the ground, I see that it was encouragement. Government, everybody seems to say government. Even when I was not in government, I criticized government. But when I'm there today, I can tell you, government is not just what you're seeing with mere eyes. I was telling my team when I came in, I said, it's easier for Nigerians to be speaking English, but it's equal to them to implement. Implementation matters most in what we are doing. After implementation, how can we maintain it? Maintenance mentality by our people is bad. But let me come from this angle. A lot of things that government are doing. He said, the man that spoke that was criticizing government, Professor Alunga was there. appreciating the government in one or two things that you see that the Governor Seyi Makinde is doing in the states. I will come from this angle. I don't want to talk about national because I want to talk about my dear state, the ones I reside, the ones I'm part of. There's virtually anything in this state, in any sector, just name one that Governor Seyi Makinde have not touched. It will not happen everything one time, one day. It's a continuum. We will be doing it gradually. After Seyi Makinde, we should pray for a better person that will have a good heart like Seyi Makinde. So that once he leaves, the person that will be stepping into his shoe will continue from where he stops. And that is where we get perfection for what we are doing. From the youth sector that I represent, I came in May 20. When I came in, I saw a lot of discrepancies in the youth section. And the government of the day, the governor himself saw that the youth section in the state is not really getting the vibes he wants. It's not as if they are not doing, but the vibes he wanted. So I was injected to that arena. And to God be the glory. In the youth circle that we find ourselves in the States, we've been touching it from one angle to the other. Some people are criticizing me that they send me messages I don't reply. I said, no. You have never, they said they called me that I said, send me a message, I will reply. Because majority of it, okay, now I'm here. My phone is there. If you call me, I won't pick, but when you send message, I will reply. So I will tell you this, that it's not just what you see. It's not easy, but the governor of the day is really trying his best. Just name one, that's why I said name one sector. Be it health sector, be it infrastructure, be it agriculture, be it education. Just name one. In terms of economy, we all know what the state is capable of doing. See, Oyo State in Nigeria is the only state now that is recruiting teachers, recruiting civil servants, recruiting everybody just to make a meaningful life for everybody in the state. And the youth is benefiting chunk out of it. We advocated for it. And he listened to us because we said, it's not easy when you are doing road infrastructure, there must be constructive belly infrastructure.
Okay.
This, if you are a teacher now, you can really say, okay, by the special grace of God, I can be able to put 1 or 2 food on the table of my family.
Yeah.
And the youths in the state, I said, majority of the youth in the state, we have a lot of graduates that there are no job. And the way the governor did his own recruitment is basically on merit, not you can't go and meet politicians now and tell you that I will help you to do this, I will help you to facilitate this. They will tell you, go and pass Seyi Makinde exam, and you'll be automatically picked. And that is why you see on social media today, people are praising him for what he's doing. So I can tell you that it's to be a stop thing. We won't stop here. That's why my friend, maybe he has left, Longman. Longman is part of person that I appreciate much in this government. He normally do constructive criticism.
Yeah.
If Longman sees things, he will just tag you with my friend though,
you must
but
see
you must do this. And that's why you see the second day we run, we go and do it. And we see some youths in the state. Even when the government is doing the good thing, they will tell you, kilo she. Salary, you will feel it in the economy.
Yeah.
And I must confess to you, so that we have to appreciate and applaud the governor for what he's doing. And bringing us, we, the young sharp, to the government, tutoring us on what to do next is another thing we should encourage him and applaud him for. Because a lot of us in our early 30s, late 20s, we are in the government together with him. We are passing through tutelage to know how government can be run in the next future.
All right, thank you so much. I know you have plenty of engagement. So as regards tourism, I want to go back there. What is your parting word as we release you for your today's engagement? So what's your parting word for young people as regards tourism, and your parting word on behalf of the governor as regards what we should expect, what stakeholders in tourism should expect? What are your parting words?
I knew Toyin when we came came into this government, and what I named for is tourism.
Yeah.
We knew each other, and she can testify to it when she brought the first proposal regarding LALA. I'm the first person to be taking her around to see, it has to see the light of the day. I took her to my then boss, the then chief of staff of the stage, BC Laka. Now, I've seen light in this because tourism basically can drive our IGR from 0 to 100. And I will appreciate more of this in the youth sector because everybody, I normally say, can't be in offices. Let's try as much as possible to see what we can create and make sure that we encourage, we learn on our natural resources for tourism. See, the government of the day, when she told me about this program, Ekaabo, he said, in a few months back, said, I want to run this program. Said, Madam Toy, you know, I just came to the office and I can't be because there's the ministry for this. And I asked her, okay, what are your problems? She analyzed the problem for me. I said, okay, fine. Who do you think is your major problem? Because for every successful business like this, there must be somebody somewhere who wants to scatter it for you. I said, just name it.
Artificial
and
saboteur.
she gave me one or two names. And when she was highlighting names, I picked on the one name. I said, this thing calls, hey, that is my major problem. I said, okay, no problem. I ran to the person myself. I said, Oga, you know the youth sector, when it comes to tourism, we occupy the larger space. He said, yes. I said, from Agency for Youth Development, said, I want to tell you that, Oga, you have to support us on this. And he looked at me, I said, hey, Prince, I said, Oga, you know me, you go radical. I'm not an honorable, I'm a comrade. If you are not supporting all this, we will do it without you. And look at me, I said, okay, no problem. Next one, let's sit down and let's discuss. I can tell you today that the next phase of Ekaabo, I don't know what name they want to paint it, the same name.
It is still Ekaabo.
It is Ekaabo.
Yes.
We will participate from the first to the start to the finish, actively, by the special grace of God.
I think that deserves a resounding round of applause.
The audience will be more encouraging than this.
All right.
The exhibition will be more encouraging than this.
All right.
And I believe the income to the pocket of the organizer will be more encouraging than this.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause. I would like Madam Toyin to please step forward. Please step forward. It's a privilege to have you here this afternoon. And I would like to say that whatever he has said, he is going to do. Because when he said that some months ago, I was in his office with some of my colleagues, and we had this conversation. I would also like, I would like Zillow. Is Zillow still around? It's not around. Please, let's take this. All right, thank you, sir. So you said something that day. You said, don't worry, you will see my hand. I've been seeing your hand. Thank you so much. It started with remote in control, and it was nice. It was interesting. Thank you so much for being around. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. And when you get to the office, Prince, when you get to the office, tell my friend, your boss, that I greet him. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Safe journey. All right, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to move on. I would like to move on now. We are going for the next panel, the next session, which is culinary tourism, technology, and the future of tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the moderator of this particular session. It's not going to be me. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ibukun Obateye. A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. Please, he's going to bring up the panelist.
Ekason.
She, sorry. Ekaabo.
Ekason.
Ekaabo.
Ekoleo. Good afternoon, everyone. We won't take up much of your time because we actually know that time is fast spent. So I'll be bringing up on stage this remarkable woman. Her name is Mrs. Temitope Alonge. I want to briefly introduce her while she comes. Please kindly continue to please encourage her.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I would like to just read a brief profile about her. Mrs. Temitope Alonge was born into the family of Mr. Chief Samuel Oluwale Imo in Sesere of Akure land. She started her primary education at Idiaba, Abeokuta, and later continued her high school at Ayetoro. She later studied mass communication at Ogun State Polytechnic. Her love for cooking dates back to her teenage years. And then she studied her mother's teaching, home economics at a government technical college in Ado-Ekiti. Her passion for culinary arts intensified during her 7-year sojourn in England, where she explored various cuisine and honed her cooking skill, preparing meal for her family. And then she also had some Sierra Leonean guests, which she did. And then also, she's an author. She has written some book on West African dishes series, which has become a recommended textbook for secondary school students studying food and nutrition in Nigeria. Her insatiable desire for innovation led her to incorporate farming into her culinary work, and that's how I met her. I met her when she started her farming, and I had a discussion, and she kept saying something that you don't have to buy everything. You can actually grow it. And I really took up that challenge from her. And today, like I told her earlier, I had a patch of cassava farm in my house, and I told her I made almost 50 kg of cassava recently, and I've been doing that ever since I met her. Thank you, Ma.
So you are, in a nutshell, you are an uncertified farmer.
I am.
You are not certified.
I'm not certified.
All right, thank you. It's good to have you here, ma. So we will be having our next panelist, who happens to be a familiar face, a familiar voice. Well, most of the time you don't get to know him, you don't get to see him, but you know the name. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you from one of the credible media houses and newspaper that we have in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Mr. Rotimi Ige, CEO Roy Media. Yes,
round of applause.
Yes, he's one of the organs at Nigerian Tribune. He doesn't like me say that, but I have to say that. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, sir. So we will be going into the culinary tourism, and I like the fact that we have a professional here. Ma, I like what you are doing. I've not seen what you've been doing all the years, but having a professor sit here to talk to people, I am a man that likes details. I like to cross all the T's and dot all my I's. So I looked at Prof from head to toe. Ma, Isheleshe. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So over to you.
Okay, today we'll be talking about culinary tourism. That is exploring culture through food experiences. Now, I would say that a whole lot of people are also doing that, but unknown to them, they're actually doing culinary tourism. For example, you see people like, oh, I've missed amala and gbegiri and ewedu, and I just want to go to Ibadan or somewhere. For me, I know a lot of people that go to Skybank, and they stay
Sky Lulu,
yes, Amala Sky. And you see them come to Ibadan, and they'll be like, Omo, I had to get there. I just had to. I remember sometimes back, maybe 5 years ago, I was in Bodija. So my friend has been talking about this Amala Sky, and I'm like, I really want to know what this Amala Sky is all about. And I went there. And behold, as I was going in, I saw a whole lot of Hollywood actresses coming out. In my mind, I'd be like, what is so special about this Amala thing that even Hollywood comes here to eat? You know, I was like, something must be very special. And in a way, this is what we call the culinary tourism, or this is what it is about. In Ibadan, Ibadan is known for a whole lot of food like gbegiri and ewedu, amala. We have ekuru, we have, what's it called, boli and epa. That's a street food. There's a whole lot that I can't mention most right now. But most people, we do it, but we don't know that is what is called culinary tourism. So I would like Mobi to Mrs. Aloge to throw more shade on culinary tourism.
Culinary tourism, just like you said, is something that happens day in, day out, but which most of us actually don't see it like that. Anybody coming to Oyo State on a visit, the first thing they want to, any food, not just any food, amala. The elderly will say eko at 4. Then you know you're talking about what's peculiar to Oyo State. And then some other people will go to the extent of saying, well, maybe I can just leave Oyo State and go and visit Ijesha, or go to Ondo State. And when they talk about that, you know they're talking about pounded yam. I mean, you can't have a function. I had a function just about a month ago, buried my mom. And all my friends that came from everywhere is like, Ondo State, you know, it's like, you're coming to Akure, you have to eat pounded yam. And when I asked them, why? It's like, you haven't eaten. And that's the truth. So those are some of the things that are so peculiar to us. I used to have a grandmother. If we visit her and we say, Mama, have you eaten today? She will say, no, I have not eaten all day. And then we'll call the carer, what happened? And I will say, Mama ate yam in the morning, Mama ate rice. But because Mama has not eaten pounded yam, she has not eaten.
There is trouble.
And that is the truth. So, when we talk about culinary tourism, we're talking about those food that are so peculiar to the different areas that you come from. If you move from Ibadan, you move to the interiors, there are other foods that they eat. There are stews, soup that are peculiar to us. Some people will say this is the way we do our egusi. I remember when I first got married, my husband would say, this is not the type of egusi my mother cooks. And I said, well, sorry, this is the type of egusi my own mother cooks. This is the way I was taught. And when he started showing me what they used to do, you know, they will mold the egusi. So the egusi will be like meat. And I told him, I said, it's because you came from a poor family.
Wow.
So you were using egusi as
a
meat.
As the protein.
I said, but in my own, you know, egusi is just flick
Stew.
it because there's meat, there's fish, there's, you know. So we joke about it as I'm from a rich family. So leave it like that. So what am I saying? Culinary tourism, it goes beyond just you just going out to just eat. It's you going out to say what is peculiar to this particular tribe, what's peculiar to this particular region, and that's what I want to taste. When they tell you about different soup that they make in the different parts of Oyo State, you'll be dazed. And some of these vegetables, we've never even seen them before. And I will say, what's that called? When they tell me, I don't know. But that's tourism. Go on, explore. Don't just sit where you are, just explore. That's culinary tourism. Maybe I should stop there for now.
All right, a round of applause for her. So, Ma, I would like to put this question to you. Can you give us, has there ever been a time you had to travel because of food? Because the way I'm looking at you, with all due respect, Ma, you are a foodie. You are a certified foodie. You look like someone that likes food.
I like food. I'm not a good eater. I'm not a good eater, but I like food. I like preparing food. I grew up in a home where my mom, who is late now, just about
God
3
rest
months
her soul.
late,
God rest her soul.
she used to cook so many things. She was a teacher in the technical college, and she was a principal in the technical college also for a long time, and she was into catering and needlework. So when the students are doing catering lessons or catering tests, oh my God, we would taste all sorts. They will bring all sorts of meals to the house and all that. So that grew my interest. And then, you know, I remember when I had my 25th birthday, and I told my mom I was going to bake my cake. And she was like, how? You don't know how to bake. And I said, okay, mommy, I'm baking a guitar cake. And she was there. She said, okay, come and bake it. So I started. I baked. I decorated my cake. I made a chocolate cake. She was there. She said, where did you learn it? I said, I watch you. You've been doing it. I've been watching you. So I can do it. And that's how I do. So somehow, I took after her. Later she told me, she said, all the gifts are in your hands. And you can use it to make a lot of things. And that's it. That's how my interest in cooking, in catering and everything started. I found out that all I need to do is just what you want. I pick it up and I can do it. So I learned how to do so many things without being taught how to do it.
Wow.
So I started, but I'm one of a person that loves to impact others. So I started an NGO where I was teaching younger ones how to cook, how to bake, how to make things, you know, and that was how I ventured into cooking.
Wow. That's nice. That's nice. I think that deserves a round of applause for you to be able to do stuff without being taught. So I've seen someone I look like too. But there are so many things I was not taught. I was not taught how to swim and how to drive, but I can drive anything right now. All right. So to Roy, what is food tourism to you? How can you merge the two? Or what is your experience? Because I know you like food as well.
For me, it's a bit different. I like good food.
Good food, yes.
And there's a difference. There's food, and then there's
Good food.
I don't eat a lot, but when I eat, I like to see colors. For me, the most important thing about food is the taste.
The taste, okay.
And unfortunately, I dare say that most of the food we have around lack taste. There's a lot of packaging. There's a lot of noise around food. But there are very few places, especially, I say it's, I stay in hotels a lot because I travel a lot. But not many, I can count the number of hotels that have good food in Nigeria.
Wow.
And if we micro-focus, to Ibadan.
Yes.
The places that we can mention, like immediately that comes to mind when we think about good food, are those places that have consistently maintained, the
Their
taste
standard.
and the quality of their food. Which is very important and very vital in whatever we're talking about. If we're talking about tourism and you want people to come and spend their hard-earned money on whatever you're giving them, you have to be able to walk the talk, match,
They
action.
must get value for their money.
Yes, you must get value for their money. So for me, food tourism is important, but then it has to be good food. Yes.
Okay.
Can you actually tell us if Ibadan, like you mentioned, in food tourism, can it really boost the economy?
What's the rating you will give Ibadan when it comes to food
Funny
tourism?
enough, I move around a lot. I taste food a lot. I've tasted food here today.
I saw you. That was why I said I know you like to eat.
Funny enough, I think Ibadan is very underrated when it comes to food. Lagos is packaging. I don't think Lagos will even come near Ibadan when it comes to food.
I like the fact that you are stressing Lagos is overrated.
Yes, because there are so many places in Ibadan that have good food, but unfortunately, again, most of them just maybe because they've been doing it for a long time, they rely on probably word of mouth or that this is what my father or my mother used to do. It has been handed over to me. Let's continue it, and so we don't get to hear a lot about them. I know for a fact that every Sunday, families go to Davis Hotel to have lunch.
Yes.
For years, I know somebody whose family has been eating there for over 20 years.
Wow.
You understand? That means something, right?
Yes.
And of course, whenever they have visitors come from outside Ibadan, they would always go on Sundays to say, this is where we eat on Sundays. That says something about that
They are
location.
full.
But for the local ones, it could be better. I find out that most businesses, the lowest budget they have is for PR. In anything most businesses do, over, at least over here, you know, and it needs to be worked on. You know, there are places in Ibadan that I've gone to that don't allow you to take pictures. I don't know when that started, but they say you can't take pictures.
Yeah, recently I
You
think.
can't,
it was-
how do you?
Yes.
When you are
They'll
in
tell
the
you
place,
can't
they'll
take
tell you you can't take pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know how or who brought that idea, but how do you do exponential marketing? How do you get your place known if you say your people, the people that come in cannot take pictures?
So,
I don't want
Mr.
I don't want to
Rotimi,
mention names.
Mr. Rotimi, let me digress a little bit.
Okay.
Because I know that here, when you go into the gallery, they tell us you don't touch, you don't lift. We can understand that. But yesterday I realized that we were told not to do videos.
Yes, that is very understandable.
Okay.
Because it's
an
heritage
heritage,
site,
yes.
And it's if you take videos and put it online, people have seen what's.
Okay.
People have seen everything.
Come again, yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, there's no use coming.
Okay.
At the Obasanjo Library too, you pay 15,000 to access the whole property. They don't allow you to take videos because if you upload it online,
Nobody needs to come.
Nobody needs to come anymore. You know, so that is understandable. But for food, tourism, if I enjoy the food, I want people to say I'm sweating eating the amala.
True.
You know, it's basic marketing. But now for packaging sake, or I don't know, for whatever reason,
Status.
I don't know. I've gone to a few places in Ibadan and they say you have to reserve your table. When you enter, you cannot take pictures. I don't understand, but these are topics that we need to talk about. You know, when we talk about tourism, you're supposed to invite people from outside. You're supposed to allow people, help you market. But when you now restrict such access, you know, it begs to question what exactly are we doing. You know, so that's my opinion about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. Do you want? Okay, my next question will go to Mrs. Alonge. Now, what role does traditional cuisine and cooking technique play in preserving cultural heritage?
I would say a lot. Before I say that, I would say, have you been to Betty's Grill before? Have you eaten there before? Okay. Oh, okay. So maybe you need to taste our food, then we'll be able to say. Okay.
Sorry, please. Where's Betty's Grill?
Yeah, Betty's Grill. Betty's Grill is just behind this building, inside this museum.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
I'll be there too.
All right. Let's leave Betty's Grill and now come to this. The way we prepare traditional meals these days has gone off. Well, maybe with some, not with every place. For instance, I remember that when we were making our okra, before you will grate your okra. But these days, people want everything fast. And they cut everything and put in the blender and blend it. It's not the same. It can never be the same.
Very correct.
The texture is different. The grains are different. So it can never be the same. My grandmother will put, after cutting the okra with her hand and chopping it, the later part of the okra, which we all throw away, she won't throw it away. She will put everything on what we call olo in those days. And she will make sure she pound everything and pack it, and that's what makes it to draw very well. So it gives something different. Yes, traditionally there are some things that were done then that we should not continue to do, like potash, coal that people put in food, very dangerous to health. So we can do away with it, but it's not by blending that will now bring the drawing part to our okra. You can make your okra draw very, very well without blending. You see a professional for that advice. I won't give it to you. So the different things that people are doing now that is taking away the culture from our food. But we can actually stem up. We can, even if you want to blend your pepper, there's a way you can blend your pepper and still make the culture to be in that pepper you are blending. You can make your pepper to be so smooth that it will have taken away the flavor, the real thing you want to see in it. And you can blend your pepper in a way that when somebody is eating it, the stew, he will taste every grain, everything that is in that pepper, in the onions and all that. And the way they'll taste it, they'll know it's different. Same thing like we do grills. You can grill your fish and make it taste like the real traditional grills. And if you want, you can now take away the culture and start grilling like Oyibo would grill. So our culture is still there. With our meals, we can still make it. We can still let the culture flavor come into whatever we're doing, or we can throw it away.
Thank you very much, Ma. Go ahead.
All right. I would like to prepare your mind to start rounding up right now because we need to go for the next thing. So now, I want to ask the two of you, is there any damage that being an elite has done to our food culture? Because we were talking about tourism, and I said something yesterday. One of the reasons our kids Gen Zs don't know about this place is because parents don't bring people here. While I was younger, my father would only take us to UI amusement park. It was after I became an adult, as in not youth, not 20s, after my 30s, that was when I got to know that this place exists. As a matter of fact, I have a relative, my sister works here, yet I don't come here. So is there anything you feel being an elite has done as a damage to our culinary, cultural, tourism?
I think a lot has been done. A lot. You're talking about you just getting to know at age something.
Yeah, about 33,
if you go
34.
outside there, the challenge we're having in the museum, I have my eatery in the museum, and the greatest challenge I have is people not knowing where there's a museum in Ibadan. I'll do different adverts, and some people will have to call me up and say, please, where is he in Ibadan?
National tourism.
Is he in Ibadan? So we need awareness. Our children, our young ones, all they know about is the disco plays, the lounges and all that. They're not aware of what's going on outside there, because all they do is just party. But there's a way we can make them to be interested in some of this. Okay, like we're thinking of having Amala Museum here now. Bringing Amala Museum into this place. That will bring people in. That will make people to say, okay, what's happening? What's the food that they're talking about? They're talking about Amala. I'm thinking of having a show saying Amala and Eco Festival. Those are the things that will interest.
Some people will ask you if you are doing sacrifice because that Echo and Efo.
No, because Amala, we interest the general public. Echo, we interest the elderly. Because they want Echo with Efo, Echo with Igni. You know, those are things that they want.
I want to come for that festival.
So you want to. So we are thinking of doing something like that. Having that. There was a time we had plantain festival. Dodo festival. So everything that has to do with plantain
was here.
Yes. So those are the things that probably would now start build interest into the younger generation that would make them to look into, okay, so there's something happening here. It's not just the lounges, it's not just the music places outside there. There are other things that we need to look into. We have to deal with that.
All right. So Mr. Rotimi, please.
Yeah, so I think, just to add to what Mommy said, I think basically we have to innovate, right? We all have to evolve. We cannot say because we want to preserve,
the cultural heritage.
And then we don't innovate. I know for a fact, last year, Omawumi Onisasun did food festival, strictly Ekiti menus, and it was very successful. So I think we just need, just like you said, Dodo Fest, yes, we just need to innovate and make sure it's packaged in a way that food is like you must eat. Get here, you meet the food. So it's getting them to come. So whatever PR strategy, whatever innovation or idea you need to execute to make sure that you get those people to your venue, then you show them your array of food and allow them choose. Basically, once they have a taste, they know you can deliver this and then they'll come back. So basically, I would say yes, there might have been damage done, but it is up to us, the stakeholders in this industry, to innovate and find ways to bridge the gap. There's a knowledge gap. People don't know about some of these things. We have to bridge that gap. We cannot just stay on one divide and allow them stay on the other divide. Who is the bridge? Really? So we have to do more, basically.
All right, sir. So your parting word.
Food is good. Eat good food. Promote Nigerian food. Make sure that whatever you are doing, you do it well. In Ibadan especially, we have great, amazing venues that you can get very good food. Now I know about Betty's Grill. I'll be here very soon, man. Please patronize local. The 11.5 that you guys said, you can eat very good amala. Just this Eleyele road.
Yes.
So let's patronize local, and let's please, as often as we can, if we have the opportunity to also sell those venues. It is not every time that you go to Golden Tulip and you take pictures. When you go to those local restaurants too, please take as many pictures, take as many videos, talk to those mamas, interview them.
Longman is a corporate.
You understand? Longman, I'm always eating your food on Facebook. You understand? Let's try to market our local vendors so that, together we can make the economy in this state better.
Yes, ma'am. Over to you, ma.
Like my brother said, I like good food. I like to taste something good. People say that I criticize a lot. I say yes because I like something good.
Yes.
I don't want to taste just any food. I go to parties and you see me, I'll just taste something. I'll just put my hands up and, aren't you eating? Not really. And then somebody said, nobody can satisfy. I said, no, people can satisfy me. You just have to get the right ones to satisfy me. So I like good food. If you want to taste good food, look for it. There are good foods outside there. You can get it. And like I said, middle of December, Amala Museum is going to come to place. So
you see faces like this.
You
will come. All right, thank you so much. You have a question? Okay. So please, can we have your question? Come forward, please. Any other question? Okay. We have 1, 2, 3. We are going to take the 3 and we'll be done. Okay, let me go to the crowd.
Thank you so much, Sir Amas, and I want to first of all appreciate Roy for commending what we do with the local thing, And the truth of it is that you cannot, just like Architect Joseph said earlier on, to begin to tell the story of Ibadan is to talk about some of our buildings, right? And you cannot detach Makwa from it. To tell the story of Ibadan is to talk about the Amala. And to talk about the Amala, to detail it, is to talk about the Abola. And now, let me now make it so interesting. To now talk about the Amala, is to talk about the Lafun. Am I making sense? So, now, the truth of it is, regardless of how we want to look at it, it is not about marketing or promoting anyone's business. But then, just like you said, it is high time we start looking at promoting some of these local people for free. I do it for free. I go to their places, try as much as possible, document them, put the numbers of some of these people there. At some point in time, in fact, of late, I want to try and see if we can be raising some 50,000, 100,000 to some of these people to support them. There was one place in Boluwaji one day, I was just moving around, and I got there, and the whole of my meal was less than 800 naira. And I'm like, in this Tinubu economy, and I can still get this very good meal. Another case in point is the woman behind Shooting Stars at Jericho. Very lovely pounded yam. With 2,000 naira, you are done. Iyan marun, 1B. Ẹran marun, 1B. Owó ẹlòmíì fowó ẹ̀ra bottle water. 2B, you have a very good meal, a very good environment. But now, it is a duty for every one of us. I used to see what Roy used to do with brands in Ibadan, promote people for free. And I took some of those things from him. Sometimes when I just go on Instagram, see anything about Ibadan, I just share, even without knowing that person. I will just share on my story. I will just be sharing, because I don't know who is going to see all of these things. But finally, my final take is this. When can we begin to have a proper food court? A proper food court when you know that when you come into this place, you are seeing variety, you are seeing different people selling the same product. Selling the same product. That, okay, fine, if there is a particular mall, anybody who is going to take a restaurant here must be, first of all, Amala restaurant. so that you know at the back of your mind that yes, we're celebrating ourselves. Then some of these people that you have accesses and contacts to, let us talk to them. You cannot be saying you want to have Amala festival and it is just only one person that is exhibiting or selling Amala there. That is no Amala festival. We should have different people go and tell those women that even if you cannot celebrate it, let them come and exhibit for free. When they exhibit for free this year, by the time brands started seeing the patronages, you start making money from it. So you need to be taking some of this business class and business lesson to also grow the industry. Thank you so much.
All right, a round of applause. That was a contribution. Okay, I have. Don't mind me. I'm taking the mic home.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have two questions. The first one might not be a question, but is a question. I want to ask, for people that are experts in food processing, cooking, and serving, Ma, I would ask this question to you. How can we relate food to health in this present dispensation? Because we have so many information, and a lot of them are contradictory. For instance, the issue of drinking water when you're eating. Sometimes we're told, drink water before you eat. Some will tell you, drink water in the middle. And some will tell you, drink water after an hour. So a lot of contradictions. And other things like that. Please, how do we relate good food with our health? So that we will be able to eat food, eat well, and still live right in terms of health. That's my first question, ma. So my second question still goes to you. My brother here asked you a question the other time, but you didn't answer. The question was, have you ever purposely traveled to go and eat a particular food somewhere? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for reiterating that question. All right, so please, Barrister, one question. One question, please. Our next panelist is running late for business, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. When I'm, maybe because I'm a lawyer, when I'm seeing things like a product like, I am thinking about the safety involved in eating. Now, we are trying to promote the food identity that Ibadan is known for, which I would say is linked to the food tourism. And majorly, when you come to Ibadan, they'll tell you you're in the city of Amala. But I'm a crazy Amala fan. I hate Amala a lot. So if anybody want to make me happy, they give me Amala. However, since I got to Ibadan, I've been to countless Amala spots, different restaurants to get Amala. And the one thing stood out for me, different. I get to one spot, the Amala is great, but the packaging, it's so, the good food is just so small that, you will not get enough of it. The other ones that you get enough, it's not healthy. You look at the environment, you look at the structure, you look at the way it's presented, and you understand what I'm trying to say. Now, my question is this: what structure? I don't know if there's any organization, the restaurant or association that governs the restaurants and the food industry, but what structure have they put in place, health-wise, legal-wise, business-wise, to curb the excesses? Because imagine somebody coming from, out of the country to come and eat Amala Ibadan because they said this is about Amala City, and then you eat that thing and you get diarrhea. You get, what? And eggs is very delicate. Somebody can even die from it. You understand? But there's no structure, there's no regulation, there's no. So it's a big deal to say promote anybody, promote them, but if it's not regulated, if we are putting ourselves in danger. So please, I would like you to clarify the session. Is there any structure to curb the excesses in the food industry? Thank you very much.
All right, those are the three questions. I don't know how my panelist wants to share it. Please, can you just let's quickly answer that.
Okay, I'm not in the food industry, but as a media person, I have been to various conferences and seminars that they talk about. Yeah, but of course there are regulatory bodies for every sector in Nigeria, right? Now, enforcement is another thing, which we will not leave here if we want to talk about it. So yes, there are agencies, there are bodies for that. But we live in a peculiar country, right? Even in the US, they have inspectors who go to periodically to check. So food inspectors. But in Nigeria, it doesn't work like that. Especially even if they are inspectors, there are ways around it, right? But what I would just say to answer part of her question and your question is to say that everybody is built different. What he will eat and he will purge, I might eat and I will not purge, right? So if I market that place and he goes there and he purges, it's his body system, right? There are a lot of indices to this thing. But essentially, if a place sells good food, for some people, they might eat from there and develop some form of allergies. It is not the venue's fault. I don't think it is venue's fault, right? Good food is good food. People will go there. But when it comes to regulation, because you're a lawyer, I would say that's an entirely different topic. And for the question on traveling to eat, I travel to eat. There is nowhere I go to. Okay, she said she wants you. There's nowhere I go to. Everywhere I've been to in this whole world, I always make sure there's one day that I will look for where they sell their own delicacies or the Nigerian food there. I came here today and they told me that there's one place where they sell swallow in one corner there. We were walking there before we were rerouted to go and eat noodles. But I'm eating here today. And I'm coming back to eat grills on Monday or Tuesday. Food for me is very important because I feel that it's an essential part of why we live, right? And I like to make memories. And food is a very, very vital part of documenting culture, even our lives. Because you express yourself, when you express yourself through food or drink, you are happier.
Yes.
And it's when you eat that you also have the energy to dance and to be happy. So I think that we should pay more attention to the food we eat. I think it is just us paying attention to what we eat. Don't eat everything. That's why they say when you go to parties, eat what you know. Don't say because there's a buffet, you pile everything. You are doing yourself. So I think it's all about knowing who you are and knowing what to eat. That's my take.
All right.
And
thank you.
I want to add that, sorry I didn't answer that question before. I still have this friend of mine. She's an American, married to a Nigerian, and we're very close. So one thing that both of us used to do before we both got so busy now is any new restaurant, any new eatery that comes to Ibadan, we'll make it a duty. Once a week we go out together. We just go and check that out. And we checked out almost every new eatery in Ibadan. At the end of the day, I think what bored both of us, one, I started my own. So it's like, okay, so we'll be eating at your place. Secondly, we were not too impressed with most of the meals that we tasted outside. So that didn't really, really make me to go out again to eat. You know, when you cook, let me put it this way again, when you cook and you cook so well, it's very difficult for someone else to actually satisfy you. You tend to criticize and you still find, you don't want to criticize, but just find out that it's just you. There's still something that is not, and that's what I found out most of the places I go. So I decided to stick to Betty's Grill and just eat my thing. But when I get out of this area, yes, I try to ask, which is the best restaurant, or where they do grills that is so beautiful around here, and I want to visit. If I go to the States, I don't want to go and eat Oyinbo food. It's either I eat Chinese or I go to African place.
Restaurant.
I want to taste what they are really cooking there. Does it taste like what I taste at home? So it's good to go around to see some of the things. But like my brother said, just be careful. At all means are not the same.
Yeah.
You know, my husband can eat vegetable in the house, but he dare not eat vegetable outside. It will purge him. So he doesn't. He will say, my wife has given me poison. I can only no, Professor Loge has mouth. So I can only eat her food. If I try any food outside like that, it will purge. Even if my sisters cook for him, if it is last, if it is vegetable, if it's anything like that, he will start purging. I had to start looking. He said, maybe there's one kind of love that I put into the food.
Maybe.
So you have to be careful and be sure that your body will take all those different meals that you are tasting outside.
All right, thank you so much. I guess that answers all the questions. Thank you so much for being around. Thank you. God bless you, Mr. Rutimige, and to you, Mama Alonge. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much. Can you just let's have a photograph, Mrs. Toyin? Please come around for the photograph. After this session, the next session coming up is hospitality, thriving through challenges, standing out, and delivering exceptional experiences. That's what we'll be talking about after this particular session. Sorry, please. All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, I would like to say a very big thank you to everyone that is still seated here. To handle the next session, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome up here none other than Mr. Tosin Odinta, aka King Zillo. A round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him. Please, a round of applause for him. Yeah. Thank you. So he's going to bring on the panelists, and by the time we are done here, we will have enough information to go home with.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to go into a session around hospitality, and I want to appeal to our people around to please come together, because I'm sure that you're going to learn a lot in this session. The man I'm about to call is loaded, and is always ready to share experiences with us. And also, I'm sure that during his speech, we would have, reasons to collaborate and also to get some things. So right now, I'm going to call here our panelist for today. Is a man of long profiles. He's a man of timber and caliber. But then I would shorten it to two things. This man is the director of Hilton Worldwide. If you know Hilton Worldwide, and also the chairman CEO of Kakanfohin and Conference Center, Ibadan. He's not that person but Mr. Adedamola Are, the son of the legendary Mr. Are, the chairman, Kakanfohin and Conference Center, Mr. Adedamola Are. Please round of applause for him, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a seat, sir. Yes, anyway. Thank you, sir. Okay, so welcome, sir. First off, I want to say I want to apologize to you because he's been here for over 2 hours or 2.5 hours from the first session, and he's been with us. He had a meeting already, but then he's just saying he wants to do this before he goes. So I promise you it's going to be brief.
Oh, no. It's a pleasure.
Okay, cool. All right, sir. Okay, so you take a mic, sir. Okay, so sir, we're talking about the challenges around hospitality business, standing out, and also how we can enhance the business. Yeah. So I know that Kakarfohin and Conference Center. I was telling somebody before we come up here, the person was saying that they were with Kakarfo before, but then they're not with Kakarfo anymore. I said, well, you have to go there now. You want to go there now and see what is happening there. So I'll just ask some questions around things, challenges, standing out, especially in these economy challenges, standing out and also going forward with the business. But before I do that, I just want to have an introduction, speech from you. Just say, introduce yourself in just 1 minute. Let us meet you. So, we'd like to meet you.
First of all, thank you so much. And I want to appreciate the organizers of this program. It's long overdue. I know this is year 2, and it's definitely encouraged. And by the grace of God, this is going to get bigger, larger, and worldwide.
Amen.
The world will hear about it. You're
Amen.
doing something good.
Okay.
So I praise you.
All right.
But I've been in hospitality for almost 4 decades. I always tell people I got into hospitality by coincidence because although there's no such thing, my late father, Dr. Are, started a hotel in Kakamfoin. And the same time he started a hotel, the same month is when I changed my degree and got into hospitality and moved from Michigan to Vegas. And obviously, many people who have parents who feel they're entitled come to an environment and start at the top. For me, I started at the bottom. I started as a waiter. I actually worked at Saba Saba restaurant in Okeado for my parents back in the day, 82. And I liked that because I was playing football at the time. And so I used to have the boys from shooting, my moms at the time, whether it was a water corporation and later Lebantis. So whether it was Shego Dogbami or Muda Lawal or Felix Olabi, they would finish and come and have a drink there. And then more guys came and more guys came. So it encouraged me in football, but also encouraged me to get into hospitality because I said, wow, you can meet a lot of people. And that's how I started. Well, I worked my way through with Marriott and later with Hilton. And at the height of my career, I was the vice president of 22 resorts from Hawaii to Orlando, New York to Miami. And there's a movie called American Gangster with Denzel Washington. And he filmed that movie in one of my resorts, and I had to meet Denzel Washington, among many other celebrities. But that's one I like to talk about because it's a guy I liked and got to meet. And the funny thing is, if you look at the movie, the apartment he lives in, we had a wedding in that penthouse before the movie was shot. And if you watch the movie, there's a staircase in his penthouse. It's configured for an apartment, but it was a penthouse in real life at the Hilton, New York, on the 38th and 39th floor. And the balloons are sky blue, almost the color on that poster that says an expert cleaning service. And they're left from the wedding reception and filmed in his movie, An American Gangster. He left them on the staircase. Wow. But yeah, so it was in 2011 on September 8th. I had an interview in New York City with a company I'd interviewed for twice and been rejected. And this was my 13th interview. It's a $10 billion company. And my father was visiting. And I'd taken him out to lunch and my mom. And I showed him my ticket for Monday, September 8th. September 11th. This was on Friday, September 8th.
Okay.
And I also showed him my resignation letter. And I tore up my ticket in the presence of my father. So he said, "You are a very arrogant man." He said, "You're going for an interview on Monday. You've written your resignation letter and you've torn up the ticket." He said, "If you tear up the ticket and you've resigned, then where are you going?" I said, "I'm going home to Nigeria." The man said, "We can't afford you." He said he was in shock for about an hour. And I said, "No, you see, if you don't decide to go and develop your own country, You don't have to wait for Donald Trump to tell you you come from a, you know what kind of place. You bet. If we don't build our own country, we don't develop our own society, then what are our children going to have? What's the next generation going to look up to? We are looking up to the Awos and the Balewas and the big, different people because they came back and did something substantial. What's our legacy? And that's why we're here. That's where the story starts.
Huh. Started from like a waiter that in the US, that you give up an interview to come back and build her home. Okay, so talking about the economic challenges right now that we face now in the country, and I want to ask what innovative approach does Kakanfo Hin and Conference Center, using staying in operation in this challenging time? What's the innovative approach that the company is still hinges on to operate in this condition? Is this that we are?
Well, they say money hides all sins. So when companies are doing well, you can hide a lot until you find out in a difficult economy whether you're good or you're bad. There's no place to hide.
That's right.
So I think competition, number one, is good because it pushes everybody. Kakanfo, for example, has been around 35 years. At some point in time, in my opinion, the product was outdated. So the first thing is, when the economy gets tough, you have to invest in your asset. And you have to reposition, revamp, and rebuild your asset to make it more contemporary. It's going to cost you money. But in the long run, that's part of the first step in towards sustainability. Number two, on your margins, Nigeria is very tough. To operate a business today, whether it's a brand new hotel, any kind of business, is almost impossible. If you import something, Forex is involved. If you pay salaries, your wages are going to double over the last 2 years. If you buy diesel, it's going to quadruple from 2022 to now. From 280, depending on when you buy it, it could be 12, 13, or 1100, depends. And it could go up, go down. If you buy fuel, it's about 4 times the value 4 years ago. Well, your revenue has not increased by 4 times the value in proportion with your expenses. So something has to give. If you sacrifice your service, your business will fold.
That's right.
So you can't sacrifice your services. You can't cut corners. You can't reduce your portion. You have to believe that at that time, if you maintain a qualitative approach and watch your margins, and I mean attentively watch your margins, your waste, creativity with cross-training people to do multiple jobs.
Okay.
Those are the things that will guarantee that you have a customer tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, whereas others will make a fortune in a day, in a week, and they'll fold because they can't sustain themselves. So they say, you all heard that story. So you have to look at it. We're in business for a continuum. We're not in business for a day.
Nice. Okay. Sustainability. That's what I take out from that. Okay, so now, enough tourists will come to Ibadan, and of course, I know that we have more people coming in to Kakanfo, to stay and also do that. So talking about tourism, Kakanfo and Ibadan, yeah. So how do you ensure that when they come, the experience they have position Ibadan as a must-visit destination? When they come in, yeah, of course, they have reasons for coming in every time. And I'm sure you have many people coming in, from all over the world to Kakanfo when it comes to Ibadan. So how do you ensure that the experience they have, they take out when they go, the feedback they will give will position Ibadan to a must-visit destination?
Very good question. The last session talked about culinary and food and food standards.
That's right.
Ours is room, safety,
okay,
food, hygiene. We can't be waiting for some government agency to come and assess whether we're doing a good job or not. We have to use the same standard that you would use anywhere in the United States or Europe. to operate. And what does that mean? If by chance food is not satisfactory, you've got to replace it and make it again.
That's right.
It costs the company money, but you've got to guarantee that. If you clean a room, the room has to be perfect. Not that you find somebody's belongings from the last guest.
Okay.
No hair. It should look like, even if the room is old, like nobody has slept in it, nobody has been in it, you're the first customer. If you walk through the place, it should smell right. If you see the staff, they should smell clean. They should be well spoken. They should be articulate. So anybody who comes here, we primarily, the bulk of our business is NGO, but we get a lot of travelers from all over the world. They have to feel like, oh, I was in Ibadan, but I didn't feel like I was in Ibadan when I went inside the hotel.
Okay.
I only saw that I was in Ibadan when I went outside the
Outside
hotel.
the hotel, okay.
It should feel that way. No discredit to Ibadan, but it should feel like you're anywhere else in the world. When you're in the restaurant or at the pool, in the fitness center, in the room, in the conference hall, it should feel the same. So if you operate to that standard, and yes, it requires a lot of education and reinforcement because of you have 100 people to go through with this education every day.
Every day.
And they have different backgrounds and different standard levels. So you have to reinforce it and reinforce it and reinforce it. And over time, as Stephen Covey has said, it becomes a habit. But it's going to take time. But you don't give up on people just because they don't catch up. You keep doing the same thing. Like I tell people, I would not be sitting here if somebody gave up on me.
That's right.
You know, my teachers at government college, whether it was in physics or chemistry or mathematics or even Yoruba, that I had to learn when I came back to the country at the age of 11. They didn't give up on me, and that's why I'm here today.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So education, the enforcing education, and also setting standard. That's beautiful. So for a man who has 30 worth of experience in hospitality business all around the world, you know, we're talking about US, we're talking about like the map from here to New York to New York. I say, wow, more. I can only do that for Ibadan. From, okay, Mapo to, okay, Beret to, and it was taking Alabama to Colorado to New York. I would say, me, I can only do that for Ibadan. Okay, Mapo, okay, Beret, yeah, so for a man who has 30 years experience, wealth of experience in hospitality business, yeah, and also the chairman CEO, Kakanfohin and Conference Center. I want to ask you, how can local hospitality business, you know, collaborate with the government or tourism board to market? Okay, let me channel it down here. How can local hospitality business collaborate with this kind of program, Ekaabo, that promotes tourism and hospitality business, is to get better? How can we do that?
Well, I can only speak from experience. When I was in Cypress, California, one of my biggest clients was Tiger Woods. I've known Tiger since he was 17 years old.
The same Tiger Woods?
Yes.
That plays
and
golf?
Absolutely. Oh, you can read my book.
I want to confirm that.
Oh, yeah. And how did I meet Tiger Woods? I was in Cypress, California, and I became the general manager of a hotel, which was a Marriott. And that's where the ETW, which is the Eldrick Tiger Woods Foundation, which is his name. His name is not Tiger. His name is Eldrick.
Okay.
And his father is Earl, or his late father. So, how did I meet him? I joined the local Chamber of Commerce. And when he moved to Orlando, he wanted a hotel where he came from. There are many hotels. The Marriott is just one. There's a Hilton that he could use as his host hotel for the ETW Foundation. It is through the Chamber that I met the folks from Nike. It's through the Chamber that I met Joseph Grant, the late Joseph Grant, who was his business manager. And that's how I met Tiger. And you had a functioning Chamber of Commerce that worked with the Hospitality Association. We say we have the Hospitality Association in Ibadan, but we don't have an active Chamber of Commerce. And let me reiterate what the gentleman, Dr. Who sat here?
Professor Alonge.
Well, before Professor Alonge, the man in white.
Okay, all right.
It is not the job of the government. The government's job is to create an enabling environment. The private sector, you guys, we, others, who are all who claim to be in competition with each other, whether it's Jags, Golden Tulip, Kakao and Fool, Best Western, the players, they have to form an association, form a chamber that drives business. You see, if you put Ibadan on the map, I can assure you that we don't even have enough hotels to accommodate the business that should come to Ibadan. If you put all our hotels together, we wouldn't even add up to Allen Avenue in Lagos. We wouldn't even add up to Ikeja. There are about 600 of our hotels in Lagos, Abi. But why is it successful? Because it's an economic hub. It's marketed as a safe destination like Abuja for expatriates, foreigners. So it is our chamber and hospitality association that needs to put Ibadan on the map. It's not the government. The government just needs to make sure we're paying the right amount of tax and not taxing us too much, give us security, give us electricity, give us adequate water supply, or give us tax credits for providing our own water and electricity. But it's our job as a private enterprise, a collusion of a private enterprise, to make it possible such that this kind of event, I'm not the one sitting up here. There are 30 people like me sitting up here every year and giving back to your organization because your organization is paying it forward to help us. And in turn, we're doing it to help you. That's where sustainability comes from. And that's what needs to happen.
I like that. So he said when he met Tiger Woods. So me, when I met YD Ekun is an international table tennis player.
That's right.
Yeah. He met a renowned golf player, Tiger Woods. Me, last week I met YD Ekun. YD Ekun is an international, is a veteran table tennis player. And we had discussions. Thank you for that. So now, taken for that is, okay, we have association of the play players. Then when we have this kind of programs, have everybody sit here, give back to the society.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now talking about practical solutions to enhance customer experience in hospitality business. Yeah, I'd like to ask you, how can hospitality business gather or utilize customers' feedback? Feedback is very important. Yeah, for me, I'm a PR person. I know feedback is what we need to say, okay, we're doing one job. Feedback is very important, and there are negative and there are positive feedbacks. So, and if also talking about hospitality tourism. What it means is if anybody comes to your business or your hotel and gave a bad feedback about the business or about the experience, it's talking about the business and also not exonerating the location. Right. So what it means is if you come to Ibadan, I got to an hotel, there was one time one comedian online was talking about Hotel in Ibadan. It was a comedy. It was saying he got to the hotel and they gave him one towel and he got to the room and he saw that they knocked at 11:30 and say, please, we need the towel for the second person. I said, my towel. I said, yes. He said, the hotel is in Ibadan. It was just making jokes. So now, he mentioned the name of the hotel and the location. Wow. So if anybody heard that, they say, oh, Ibadan is like that. Some people believe Ibadan is a bush. Yeah, some people believe Ibadan. Even some people in Lagos believe Ibadan is a bush. Yeah, so now, how can hospitality business gather or utilize customer feedback to improve service delivery?
Very good question. The first thing is, anybody who owns a hotel, at least I can only speak for myself,
all right,
you have to be transparent, you have to be candid, you have to be brutally honest. We've gone through the good, the bad, and the ugly in my own business. And we've had people have horrible experiences, negative experiences, whether it's with the room, whether it's the AC didn't work, whether the telephone didn't work, whether the telephone didn't work, whether the food was not good. So we have a guest feedback system.
Okay.
Beyond Google reviews, beyond TripAdvisor, beyond Booking.com reviews, we do our own.
Okay, feedback mechanism.
Yes,
for
and we
hotel.
send it out. We call it iPhone checkout. And the reason we call it iPhone checkout has nothing to do with an iPhone. Is when you hit checkout at the front desk. We started this year. The survey goes out. Thank you for staying with us. We value your business. We want the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it has 10 questions, 10 customer engagement questions. If you are not satisfied and to any of those questions, you will get a response and a follow-up and an invitation to return.
Okay.
At a reduced rate.
Nice.
But more importantly, we want the feedback. We're not hiding behind cutting corners.
All right.
We know people are going to do those things. But we want to get the feedback so that we can improve. We also want to get the feedback because you just said the most important thing. We're part of a larger picture.
All right.
And if we don't do our part, a person who comes to Ibadan and stays with us may not come back to Ibadan and stay with anybody.
That's right.
So we have to do our own part to make sure that even if you don't come back and stay with us, you're coming to Ibadan. You're spending the money.
Location.
I
I come to
Location.
Ibadan. Yeah.
And if everybody does that, our market share grows, and it grows, and it grows. We become a desirable location. So self-sacrifice. But
Self-sacrifice.
Self-sacrifice.
So I like that. So it means that you have to, or like you said, you have a feedback mechanism for people to, tell you about the experience. I want to ask you. On that, I want to ask you, what is the most crazy feedback you have gotten? It can't all be positive. What is the most crazy negative feedback you have gotten as an hotel that you improve on?
Anywhere or just in Nigeria?
Okay. No, that's Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, here and there. Yeah,
well,
Nigeria and there.
let me give you the one there.
Okay, all
okay, because that feedback almost cost me my job.
Okay, all right.
I used to work in Cyprus, and Cyprus is very close to Long Beach, California, and that is the original 737 aircrafts. So all the pilots, first of all, I had to know about golf, even though I didn't play golf because of Tiger.
Okay.
I had to know about aircraft because a big chunk of my business was Boeing. Whether it was the person who makes the AC, who makes the flaps, the brakes, the tires, the navigation system, and I had to talk to the pilots, whether they were from Lufthansa, Delta, American, United, British Airways, even Eric, on the old 737s, not the MAX. And there was a man who dropped off a package at the front desk. It was in a FedEx package, just like DHL.
DHL, okay.
He dropped it off at the front desk about 7 a.m. and he caught his flight and went to wherever he went. And he called the front desk at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They said the package was gone. When I was leaving, about 8 o'clock in the evening, I saw a FedEx package on the corner of the front desk, and I asked the front desk, what is that? Now, saw the man's name, knew who was a guest, every single person at the desk, from the manager, the supervisor, the two people who worked in the morning, the two people who came on in the evening, they missed the package.
Wow.
It was a package for Boeing Aerospace to Washington, D.C., to the Pentagon for a $6 billion contract.
Wow.
Needless to say, when I got the call from the guy and told the guy, FedEx said they can get it there tomorrow. UPS said they can get it there tomorrow. DHL said they can get it. I just got in my car, drove 62 miles to Los Angeles Airport. As I'm driving to the airport, bought the flight ticket, got on the flight, and flew to DC 5 hours to drop off the package.
Wow.
Well, what do you think will happen if they say a Marriott hotel housed this guy and it cost him $6 billion, cost a company, Lockheed Martin, a $6 billion aerospace contract with Boeing? You know? So the feedback was instantaneous, the resolution was immediate. But that's the most severe experience I've ever dealt with in my life.
Actually, the place of leadership. Okay, so back here, any experience here?
Oh, yeah. When we were doing construction, we started some construction work after the COVID period. And at that time, the hotel was shut down for 4 months. And this is a totally true story. Doesn't happen all the time, but it happened. And a guest checked into a room 3 days after we reopened from COVID. We were shut down April, May, June, July. During the time we were shut down, we had to, of course, change pipes, open up the ducts, and things like that. And on the second floor room, a guest had a snake in his room. Because those places had been opened up for 4 or 5 months, no occupants, and people were working. So the ducts were opened up, we opened all the ducts for all the piping, and the thing was in there. And you be the person that has to talk to that customer. And of course, we don't have that problem because we're active. But in that 4 months, we had to look. We took all the furniture out of every single room. And when I say take out, you're talking about 120 beds. We took out all the ACs. We took out all the bed bases. We took out all the tables. Everything went outside. I went through the whole ducts. And until we checked every single floor, every single room, including the lift. We even went inside the underground of the lift. We didn't put the hotel back in service.
Wow.
Yeah. We didn't sell a single room for 9 days.
For 9 days.
For 9 days, until we were certain, absolutely certain, that that's a standard that we can operate at.
Okay, so what I'm learning from this, and what I also learn from this is, as a business person, set a standard for yourself, yeah? And when you, what's it?
Of course, the snake was killed.
Okay, was killed.
The snake
Okay,
was
right.
killed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so as a business person, you have to set standard for your business, and also, you know, have consideration for the customers that comes to your business. So some people sell things to people, they don't care what happens after selling. They just want to sell, make money. But like he said, after the whole thing, they take out all the furnitures, cost them so much money. The ACs, make sure that everything, everywhere is safe for people to come for your business. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're talking about, I was talking about the challenges. I've talked about the, you know, the solutions, the practical solutions we can have. Yeah. So now we're talking about thriving in these economic challenges. Yeah. Want to thrive? No. How to thrive in these economic challenges? I know that one of the best ways to thrive is to collaborate. You know, collaborate across hospital sectors and all that. But to stand out and thrive properly, I like to ask you these questions with all sincerity. What can local business or probably international brands, you know, do together to elevate the hospitality business in Ibadan? Yes, we have seen some franchise hotels in Ibadan. I don't want to mention them. We have seen a couple of them here in Ibadan. And for me, I just see they are just doing business. I don't really see any impact they have, you know, maybe in the form of CSR or something to Ibadan, the industry in Ibadan. So I want to ask you, as a chairman, Kakanfohin, and also we have, you know, what of experience in hospitality business for 30 years. Sincerely, what can local hospitality business do to probably, you know, attract international brands to elevate hospitality industry in Ibadan? But that's hospitality tourism. We want people to come here and live with good experience. We don't want to come here and say something bad about Ibadan. What we see online most times is something bad about Ibadan. We hardly find something good about Ibadan, except from these two bloggers that are just taking it upon themselves to put out Ibadan in a good light. So how can local hospitality business, you know, probably attract international brands or partner with international brands to elevate the hospitality business in Ibadan? Truthfully.
Very good question. Truthfully, a couple of things that have to happen. Number one, nobody's going to spend money in a place if they don't feel safe. So that first foundation, the perception of that has to be eradicated. It has to be a situation where people feel safe.
So the perception of I'm safe here has to be... Here.
Because if you're safe, you're going to feel comfortable spending your money.
That's right.
And that's what brings in investment.
That's right.
But let's assume we're already past that point.
Okay.
We're safe. We need, you know, you talked about the word history.
Yeah.
And if you break that word down, you know, there are a lot of pictures that many of you have seen of many kings in Europe. And they painted those kings, whether in Italy, in France, in Italy, and you guys would think that they were Caucasians, not knowing that many of those kings, including Rome, were Africans. And the reason for that is because the picture is painted 300-400 years after the man died, and painted in somebody's image. But the bottom line is, it's history. But history, the word, it's not a word. It's a phrase and a statement. H-I-S, his story. We need to write our own history. We need to write a positive history of this. So many people have come up here and said the same thing. We keep bashing ourselves. You never see the Israelis, despite the fact that they get bombed every day in Tel Aviv, say anything negative about Haifa, Ashkelon, Ashdod, or Tel Aviv. You don't see France in the Olympics getting hacked, say anything negative. They brush it under the carpet. The story is a 5-minute blip at the bottom of CNN, and it's not heard of again. But what do Nigerians do? You have a blog, a social media blog, another blog, another blog. What do they say? You can't believe my trip to Ibadan. The place was so dirty. The next one. Emalo Bemo, safe. Our people are our worst enemy. We're not patriotic. We don't build up our own place. Let me tell you the truth. Any of the places I've lived in, and I've traveled to 74 countries. I've lived in 6 countries.
Please, please let me Google how many countries we have in the world. How many countries we have in the world? Let me Google it. 74 countries.
74 countries. I've traveled to 74. I've lived in 6.
Wow.
None of those countries is less safe than Nigeria. None of those countries. There's no city in any of those countries I lived in, including the United States, and you know this, that there are not more homicides in an hour than there are in Ibadan in a week.
That's right.
But yeah, you travel there. You don't have a problem going there.
You feel safe there.
You feel safe. You feel it. Well, you may. I don't. I feel safer here. You don't see me. You know, but the media has done such a good job leading you to believe that the place is safe. So we all look at the plane, the Delta Airlines flight in Lagos going to Atlanta. Kosayi, the thing is full.
Yeah.
Is the place safe? No. Atlanta is not safer than Lagos. Statistically, it's nowhere near as safe as Ibadan. But yeah, people are going there. You mean I don't know Yankee? But you don't hear the same energy coming this way. You don't hear the same investment coming this way. You don't hear the same enthusiasm. Like the other gentleman said, when I tell my friends, October 31st, 2012, 12 years ago. You know, nobody wants to come here. Even our own people believe that the place is a mess. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. But this is our home. And we can make it better. We can. It's a collective effort if we want to.
If you want to.
After all, the Nigeria I grew up in the 60s and 70s, I felt life was better than life in Europe. That's my experience. You know, there's an American actor, he's American-Australian. He's in a movie called, he's in The Matrix.
Matrix, okay.
Yeah, he's in The Matrix. He's the bad guy in The Matrix with the shades, not with Keanu Reeves. But he acts in this movie. What's his name? No? He just made, I forget his name. But, thank you. Where was he born? Google it. Google it. He was on the Oprah Winfrey Show.
Okay.
And he's talking about his movie. And they said, how's life in Australia and where you live in Malibu, California? He said, the best years of my life. The best years of my life is where I was born, Ibadan.
What?
Where was he born? Where in Ibadan, Nigeria? I was born in the same hospital, UCH. And so was he.
Wow.
Yeah, but when you say that to most people, they're like, oh, paro now.
Yeah.
You're serious. But that's what he said. He said that on worldwide TV, the best years of my life were growing up in Ibadan.
Wow.
His mother taught at international school. My mom taught at international school, so I know. You understand? But it takes one guy like that to tell a positive story about us for us to believe. Why would he say that? This guy is a multi-millionaire living in Malibu, California. He's half Australian, half American. He's seeing the world. And he says, the best years of my life. Where?
Ibadan.
I rest my case.
Wow. So safety, and also we need to write our own story. That's very deep. Truly, we don't. Most of it, I know somebody said he doesn't listen to news anymore. He doesn't even go on social media because what you see there is negativity. There's an accident somewhere. There is a kidnap somewhere. So it doesn't even go there anymore. So we need to make sure that it's safe first, and also, you know, put out positive things about Ibadan. Thank you so much for your time, for everything. But before you go, I want to say this. So this is Ekaabo, and it promotes tourism and hospitality. And I want to, I'm sorry I'm doing this, yeah, but then I want to do this.
Sure.
Yes. And of course, from what you have said, you are interested in making sure that the industry grows and people talk about good about Ibadan. we'll say, I know what they have done in Kakamfo. When they were talking about, when they were talking about the hotel you can go to eat good food, in my head, there's one thing that came to my mind, and that's Kakamfo. Because trust me, you want to go and taste the kitchen. You want to go taste their food. There were many times that the Nollywood actors will come to the bar to take our meat pie to go to their locations. They come from everywhere to take the meat pie there, made Kakamfo, then go to locations. Then they come to the kitchen to make food and take it away. So now, in light of that, I want to appeal to you, or I want to even charge and task.
Sure.
Ekaabo Tradeshow 2025, of course, what is going to happen. I want to ask you, truthfully, in front of everybody and for the camera, I want to ask you, sir, how do you intend to support this event to make it get better next year? Truthfully.
Did you read your text?
I saw it. That's why I'm asking you.
There's only one way to support it, to host it. We're going to host it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We're going to host it. We're going to partner with you to host Ekaabo 2025.
So you're saying that Ekaabo 2025 is going to be hosted, powered by Kakamfo Inner Conference Center.
You heard it. That's correct.
Okay.
Hosted. Yes.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Please round of applause. Yeah. So, the reason why I asked him is he sent me a test before the session, and he said the same thing in the test. I wanted him to say it to everybody. So this is a man that wants things to grow. He says we don't need government every time. We need ourselves to make it grow. And this is someone that wants to make it to grow. So once again, please a round of applause, Mr. Adedamulare, the chairman, CEO of Kakamfo Inner Conference Center. God bless you. And also, I like to also, by extension, recognize someone here is the GM of the same Kakamfo Inner Conference Center. And she's here, and she's no other person than Ms. Rita. Please, can you just wave? That's the GM Kakamfo Inner Conference Center. I want to say that you would like to visit Kakamfo and see what is happening there. Seriously, he has done so much things, Kakamfo, and of course, the services is top-notch and 100%. Once again, thank you for coming. Your parting words before you go, sir. Parting words about hospitality, how to grow it, food, and everything together. Parting word, summary.
Well, when I was a young man and I traveled to different places, I used to be embarrassed about where I came from. I even used to be embarrassed about my own father because my father would always dress in native.
Yes. Anyway.
Until I saw his old black and white pictures. And there's a video on the internet where Dr. Are talks about culture.
Yes.
Okay.
It trended, yeah.
The best thing that ever happened to me was coming back in 2012 and spending 7 years with that guy, not as a child, but as an adult, because it reshaped my thinking. I'm here to tell you something I wish I could say 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. A lot of people believe that they are inferior to people in the Western world. Our food, our culture, our heritage, the people we are one of the most, I don't want to call people inferior or superior, but I have to say this, by far, not close, technology aside, we're the most advanced people on earth. We are.
The most advanced.
Yes, we are. And that's the truth. If it wasn't true, you take every one of our people. You can go to Orlando, Florida, where my family lives. There are 10. There's a magazine every year. One of them is in Kakamfo if you want to look at it. And it features all the best surgeons, the best endocrinologists, the best urologists, the best nephrologists. It lists about the top 10 in Florida. And these are the best doctors because most people who live in New York and all over America have to come to Florida because of the weather. In every one of those positions, you can Google it if I'm lying. Fortune Alabi, Akin Ajayi,
Nigerian.
Fred Ume.
Wow.
These are all my friends.
Nigerian.
And they're the best. They're not number 3, number 4, number 5. They're number 1, number 2, number 3.
1, 2, 3.
In any field, cardiology, urology, nephrology. Keep going through the list. But beyond that, I'm saying whatever we do, we're good. Innately, we're good. So my own parting words to all of you, it doesn't matter what business you're in. we owe it to ourselves to be the best, because we are. Don't doubt yourself. Don't quit on yourself. Don't give up on yourself. Go out there and do what God has given you the ability to do, and that's whatever you do, your job. Of course, I've known you, and I'm saying this because we are the best. Believe in yourself and just keep going. Magical things will happen. It's as simple as that.
So he has traveled to 70 countries in the world. Me, 74 countries. Me, I've traveled to 70, like 100 places in Ibadan. Bere, Moniya, Songo. So, sir, Idiarere, Idimapo, Bastawa.
You know travel reach me. If I sleep 2 minutes, I don't travel cover. I'm a traveler.
So believe in yourself, go out there and do what you have to do, and God bless. Thank you so much, Mr. Dabara.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, let's have the conveyor. Thank you so much. It's nice meeting you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I've traveled
Baba. Yeah, I like what you are doing there. I do come there. I swim there every Sunday. So Zulu was telling me today, have you been there recently? So I'm coming. Oh yeah, now. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. So now, we are going for the next thing, and the next thing we are doing now is very simple. Don't forget, we are not done today. We'll be continuing tomorrow. And like I said, there's a legal team around here that has decided to do free consultation for people's businesses. So after we are done here, you can just go there, tell them one or two. So right now, I'd like to have Usman Umar Farouk representing the Red Cross Nigeria to tell us one or two things. Then we will be out of here. We'll be out of here by then.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was
close.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Usman Omar Farouk. I am a first aider first, and I'm sure by what I'm wearing, you know where I come from. Presently, a lot of us don't know what the Nigerian Red Cross is all about. But I can tell you one good thing. 3 words: keeping humanity alive. That is my business. Keeping humanity alive for 162 years. That is enough. We are as old as Nigeria and we are as old as other countries. But keeping humanity alive, both man and animal, environment, society generally, that is what we do. But today we are not going to be diving too much about just Red Cross. We are going to be diving into one of the most important tools for us to keep each other alive and the world as we know it. The word here given to us is administration of CPR. I'm not going to waste too much of our time. I'm going to try as much as possible not to bore us, because it is a practical aspect of keeping the nearest person alive. It might be your neighbor, it might be a friend, it might be a family, or even a loved one, or somebody you've never met before. Somebody out there might need your help, and keeping them alive is what you should know how to do. It is very, very important. Now, let's understand what CPR means. 3 words. CPR. What does it mean? C stands for cardio. The P stands for pulmonary. And the R is for resuscitation. CPR. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. We've seen it in movies, we've seen it done at the hospital, we've seen it done in several places, but most of us don't know how it's done. We think it's magical. It's actually interesting when you know that the life of somebody could be saved in less than 30 seconds or more, so long as you know what you're doing. Now, it is not just about first aid, it is not just about doing what you can, it is trying what you can to make sure that person lives to see another day. And what if the life of someone so dear to you, or someone you've never met before, is in your hands? Now, I've told us CPR means cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The cardio is all about the physical attribute of the body. Now, the pulmonary deals with the lungs. Now, the resuscitation is the exercise that we're going to be embarking on today. And as time goes on, I might call on 1 or 2 volunteers to come practice it with me. But I'm going to be bringing on a very, very important part of this training, this exercise to you, for you to see. So I'm going to be calling on my very big brother. He's called the mannequin that has saved lives, the mannequin that has showcased what it means to be a first aider. He does not speak much, he does not say much, he does not move, but he's always available for everybody to understand what it means to save somebody's life with CPR. But before we go into that, I would like us to listen to these few words I'm going to say. There is a word that we know in first aid, an acronym anyway. I will just slide this my big brother down, and then I will explain. We call the word Dr. ABC. That's another acronym. Now, Dr. ABC. D stands for danger. Before you even know anything about CPR, you need to know what Dr. ABC means. D stands for danger. Danger to yourself, danger to bystanders. Now, if you understand that word, it means that even before you start the CPR, you need to check danger to yourself, and danger to others, and danger to the casualty. We don't call them victims, so long as you know that person needs CPR. Now, that is the D. Danger to yourself, danger to the casualty, and danger to bystanders. The R there stands for response. You can check for response after you check for danger to yourself, bystander, and the casualty. That is how you check for response. I will show you how you check for response before you engage in CPR. Checking for response is simple. By tapping on the casualty's shoulder or calling out a name. If you know the person, you can call out a name. If you don't know the person's name, just call, Mister, can you hear me? Sister, can you hear me? That is the R. That is what it stands for, response. That is the doctor, the DR. Now, ABC. A stands for airways. Checking if the casualty has nothing blocking his or her airways. It is very, very important. Now, how do you check for that? By talking to the person. If you ask the person, can you hear me? Normally the person can say yes. But if the person grunts, like, you know there's something blocking the airway. Now, once you check for that, which is the airway, the B there is to check if the casualty is breathing. Now, how do you check if the casualty is breathing? There are three ways to check if the casualty is breathing. You can see if the chest goes up and goes down, the rising of the chest. And then if the casualty is breathing, you will know by the sense organ, what we know as feeling. Now, if you feel it, the only way you can feel if the casualty is breathing is by kneeling closer to the person, by what I'm doing now, and putting your cheek, the cheek area. If you do this now, you can join me to do this. Just breathe on your palm. All you can feel will be hot air. Breathe on your palm. That way you will know if somebody is breathing. But if you check with your cheek, you will know if the casualty is breathing. And at the same time, you can also look. Look, feel, and listen. You can listen. Watch me now as I do this. If somebody is breathing, when you put your cheek by the nostril, you can feel it on your cheek. And if you look directly, horizontally to the chest, you can know if the chest rises and falls. You look, listen, and feel. That is the breathing. Now, the C part of the Dr. ABC is the compression, which is what we'll be doing. Now, the formula for CPR, there's a formula, there's a technique. People get tired, but it's very simple. The formula is simple. 30 chest compression with 2 AR. AR is artificial resuscitation. 30 chest compression, 2 AR. And you need to do that in less than 120 seconds. That is the formula, 120 seconds. Probably you can do it within 30 seconds. The earlier you do it, the better. The earlier you do it, the more time such a person has to live. Now, I'm going to be demonstrating the 30 chest compression. You don't do your chest compression with the palm. Like I said, we've seen it done before. You do it with the heel of the palm. The heel of the palm is where you do chest compression, and then you lock the fingers together. I'm going to be demonstrating that now, and then you can count with me as I do it. 30 chest compression, 2 AR. Coming close to the casualty after checking for danger to yourself and other things, you come close, your knees at least touching the arm of the casualty. You have your right palm at the sternum. The sternum is the breastplate in between our breast. We are not compressing the stomach. We are compressing the sternum. What we are trying to do in the layman's language will be jump-starting the heart, telling the heart that you need to pump blood to other organs in the body. Now, when you do that, you're keeping that person alive. Now, pumping those blood vessels back to the brain, to the liver, to the kidney, helps keep that person alive. Those oxygenated blood will travel around the human system as fast as possible. Now, follow me as I do this with my heel at the sternum level, and I'm going to lock it with my other hand. I can't do this with one hand, trust me.
Hello. Hello.
Such a person does not wake up while the chest compression is going on. You need to keep going for two basic reasons. One, if you continue chest compression and the person is not up yet, the only way you can stop is if the person sneezes or wakes up. Another reason why you need to stop is if there are a medical expert present at the scene. The moment they say you can excuse them, they know what to do. The third way you can stop is when you get such a person to the hospital. You cannot continue chest compression and then you're planning on putting the person on a bike. The best place to do is to make sure such a person is lying down in a vehicle while the chest compression is going on and the 2 AR. And the only way you can do the 2 AR is by lifting the jaw with 2 fingers and pinching the nose to push in air. You are pushing air back into the lungs to make sure that person's lungs pumps blood regularly to other parts of the body system. 30 chest compression, 2 AR is what that person needs. You keep doing that if you don't have medical expert on site. You keep doing that until you get such a person down to the hospital. At this junction, I would like to stop because I was given 3 minutes. But if there's anybody here that knows that is so sure of CPR, I would like to come and demonstrate if you can't do that. Anybody? Does anybody want to try? It's not difficult, trust me. It is the easiest thing to do.
13th disciple. The 13th disciple, do you want to try the CPR, sir? His mic is not working, please. Let me hear him.
Hello. Hello. It's low. You say I should try CPR.
Yes.
You lie down. I don't lie, baby. Let me do it for you.
Now, that is a good question. You can't perform CPR on a living human being. That is the dangers of CPR. But you can practice. You could practice on a pillow.
But please, I want to ask a question. If this is a woman,
yes, sir,
and the husband is standing here, and the husband is a military man, you now put your mouth in another person's mouth. Is that not dangerous?
Fine. Good question.
Because some people will tell you, don't kiss my wife.
Exactly. I have had a situation where somebody needs chest compression and the immediate family member is saying, don't touch her. Trust me, there are people in the world out there that have it under their medical information. DNR. The meaning of that word is do not resuscitate. The moment they know their body is lifeless, some people even have it tattooed on their body. They do not want you to bring them back to life. If you bring them back to life, they could sue. Now, for your own question, what if the husband is military and the wife is here? Definitely before I get there as a first aider, I'm going to ask, can I help her? This is what I can do. If the husband is there, his permission is given. And trust me, in this part of the world, people don't even want you to even touch their wife. If somebody is asking you not to help them, well, it pains me when people say they don't want you to help them because you know exactly what to do to keep them alive or to help them avert that danger. And they tell you not to. You can't do anything. You just have to let them be. There are people that will tell, go to the hospital, do tests, get treatment. They will tell you, I'm fine. But you know what is right. Now, in this case, if the husband is saying, I should go on, definitely I will do that. But if she's alone, the next person to call will be bystanders. I can help this woman. Please move aside. Help me control the crowd, and then let me do this for her. That is if I know what she needs is CPR. And the only person you can perform CPR for is someone that is confirmed not to be breathing. If someone is breathing and lying lifeless on the floor, you should not perform CPR because you could break the rib cage. And that could puncture the lungs or do more damage. So the only person that you can perform CPR from will be someone that is lying down lifeless and not breathing. Am I understood, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I do.
I welcome any question that you may have in other aspect too. Because learning this, it is quite essential. We've been saying hospitality, tourism, hiking. Anybody out there could need your help. And the knowledge that you get here would help. Because knowledge is power. Not knowing hurts. Not knowing what to do in the face of danger, it hurts. Because it could be somebody you just met. It could be a loved one.
So I have this question. I think it has to do with, because I have experienced this time without number when you have events. You know, there's something called conversion.
Yes.
We grew up to know that it is warapa. Like there's one lizard that when that lizard, oh God,
when the lizard is vomited,
Yoruba, no, it's when they are mating. That's what Yoruba and different kind of. So now, I have seen a situation whereby someone had a crisis.
Okay.
I had a schoolmate, a classmate in secondary school that this thing happens to, and when it happens, he tries to go somewhere where people will not see him because he knows that thing is going to do him. Throws him to the floor.
Yeah.
Keeps throwing him to the floor until
bodily harm, dangers, and
he's okay. So he leaves concrete environment. He goes to our school farm. So that thing keeps striking. So there was a day I didn't know what I was doing in the school farm. So I just saw something doing B. So somebody told me, next time, man the key toy she see Lara, you contract it. I got to realize that is fallacy. Now, I had then, and that has been the only time I've been given such advice. Not from a professional.
Sure.
I was told that when you see them like that, it is not spoon that you put in their mouth. Because I know most people rush to put spoon in their mouth
And in the advent of doing that, you damage their dentition or you hurt their mouth. That you have to switch them to the left side of their body. That when they are rested on the left side of their body, you fold their two legs, that they will come back. Is that true or not?
To answer your question in simple terms, yes. But that word you're looking for is called recovery position.
Yes, recovery position.
That is the word you're looking
professional.
for. Yeah, I'm not a professor.
Layman. So
I'm a
that
first
that
aider.
works actually.
Yes. The thing is, for somebody that has sudden attack, it's quite amazing that your friend knows when such is coming for him to excuse himself from the crowd. But the truth is, if somebody has such attack, the best thing you can do for them, let them be, take away any harmful object away from them and let the person go through that phase. And yes, the spit is not toxic. It is not transmittable.
I know.
People in this part of the world, people tend to have so many myths attached to different medical conditions. And that thing happens once or twice to them, maybe in a week, depending on that person's well-being. If the person takes care of themselves medically, it could be stopped or it could be reduced.
It does. It does.
Beautiful.
But when it's short of medication,
it comes.
That thing comes.
Exactly.
Because I had to actually read about it, that their brain looks like, that these things happen from, that's one of the reasons why they say when a woman is laboring, you don't pull out the child.
You don't.
That in the advent of trying to pull them out, if any side of the head hits the thigh, that part of the brain will be fragile. So the person that explained it to me told me that it's like when headlamp of a car is broken. If you put your hand where it's broken, the heat you will feel
would radiate more.
is more than
Yes.
that. When that part notices too much of it, that is when they go down. So now that I know that, I think they are safe around me. Because most of the time, I've had that experience 3 times after I left secondary school of a total stranger. And that was what I did. Maybe I was lucky. I never knew. But I never asked any professional.
I can tell you that there was a time we went to Ogunpa Market, went to get something for the office. And then while talking to the person we were to buy something from, a bike passed behind us. 2 of my other colleagues were in the shop. I was behind, so I was not facing the trade as it goes on. But the bike was just speeding, and then the guy speed over the speed bump. And the passenger behind fell down on his head. And the moment he fell down on his head, he started spitting out. And he was spinning on the floor. It was in the market. Every other person, I and the other colleagues were the first on site. We just brought out our first aid kit, gloved up, and then we didn't even carry him. We just carried every object, like dustbins, wooden stools, away from him. This guy was rolling on the main road. And then the other person stopped the cars from there, stopped the cars from the other side, and then we made another path for cars to pass. We controlled the traffic away from him till he finished rolling, and the spit was coming out from his mouth. Well, what we did was we educated those around. If something like that happened, the best thing to do, take away positions that could hurt him, and then let him roll. In less than 9 minutes,
yes,
this man came back.
His duty.
And then we just cleaned him up, and then he was fine, and he was on his way. So people just tend to have different notions concerning several attacks, but I'm sure that when people get proper education as to how to do these things, enlightenment, it will help.
All right, thank you so much. I want to believe that we all found this very educative and enlightening. So should it be the case you find out that someone is epileptic, Abi, what's that thing? It's convulsion, yeah?
It's convulsion, there's infantile convulsion, and there is epilepsy.
Okay.
Epilepsy is different.
So
convulsion, such a person might just faint, and then they just be shaking. They just be shaking with no speed. But convulsion at the same time, you don't hold the person down. You just put the person in a position to allow them rest.
When they
finish the duty, when they finish, they stand up.
Okay.
And nobody should please force spoons down the throat.
Yeah.
Some people will tell you, if you're silenu, abi ekalu basawa, abi efuni ekpo.
This guy, I don't burn out with coal before.
Those things would hurt. You don't do that.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Omar. A round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him.
Yes, at this point in time, I would like to say, where's our entertainment lawyer? Where she don't go? I like, you see, people will not get weight. They move around comfortably. Okay, she's not here. Okay, she's not here, but when she comes, she's going to tell us about what she will be doing. So tomorrow, we continue Ekaabo by tomorrow, and I am sure we're going to have fun. Tomorrow is going to be more, it's for creatives, so we are going to be having different people around here. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being part of this Ekaabo 2.0. I am also glad to be part of this. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name remains Oluwagbemiga Brian Oladipukwo. I talk for a living, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Baba.